Oh, yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Okay, everybody, here we go. Mic check, everybody. Here we go. Good evening, welcome, and thank you for being here tonight to San Bernardino City Council of the joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council, and the Mayor and City Council acting as a successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino. We ask that we thank you first off for being here, and as we commence tonight's City Council meeting, I ask that you please silence your electronic devices, refrain from making any creative disruptive sounds. We have limited, I think, audience, so there you have it. And we will best accommodate our public comment speakers. Many have already emailed us tonight. Under the circumstances of tonight's elements with coronavirus and COVID-19, there are a few council members, Councilmember Barra, Councilmember Richard, and Councilman Charette, myself, are teleconferencing via stream, so we hope that you'll be able to hear us tonight. We ask that you be patient with us, public. These are extreme circumstances, and we don't often do this. This is our first time televising it via this medium. At this time, I'm going to ask that Pastor James Grant from the Soldier for Christ Church lead us in tonight's invocation and tonight's Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand and welcome Pastor James Grant?
Good evening, everyone. Let's bow our heads with prayer. Dear Lord, hallelujah. Dear Lord, please instruct us on the way that we should go in this meeting on tonight. Please to us with your love, peace, and mercy as we discuss the best way to go forward in helping our citizens. Protect and keep every citizen in San Bernardino, the state, nation, and yes, the world, from all hurt, harm, and danger, seen and unseen, as we go through this coronavirus crisis. Our aims in this meeting be aligned with your direction. Let our plans be orchestrated by you. Father, let your will be done in this meeting so that this can be a meeting that will be based on your desires for us. Whatever you want to result from this meeting, let it be so. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. I'm also going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. If you put your right hand over your heart, turn towards the flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic over which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you very much, Pastor
Mayor,
Grant.
if I may, excuse me, just a
Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
I just want to see Theodore's pretty face. And if he could move his lap, there you go. That's a little better. Thank you very much. I think it's just easier if we're all speaking and we see each other clearly. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Ted, can you put your microphone on mute, and Fred, please, just for the feedback? Thank you. At this time, we have made an administrative pull on the appointment portion of tonight's meeting. So that item will be pulled. Also, our city manager, would you like to make the announcement on item number 10? The city manager?
Yes, I'm sorry. We're going to be tabling item number 10. The consultant was not available to come and present that night. It was the first reading of an ordinance on a sign regulations update. We're
Okay,
going to continue that to a date to be determined.
Move
Thank
to
you.
table.
item number,
Mayor, if I
Yes.
may interrupt, I know this is a little difficult. We're all getting used to it, but I believe we do have some public speakers here in person.
okay, well, we'll get to that in just a second.
Okay.
I'm trying to, according to my agenda here, we're going to go with the presentations. So Chamber of Commerce or local elected official announcements. Are there any of those announcements in the crowd?
No,
Okay.
neither of those are going to take place this evening.
All right, very good. At this time, let's move into our public comments portion of tonight's meeting. I invite anyone who wishes to speak. Now, there's a caveat, folks, due to the executive order from the governor and our federal guidelines. We've requested and made that clearly and abundantly clear on our agenda. So please, we reference our agenda that if you do have a public comment and you'd like to submit that in writing, we will make that part of the record. We don't have a problem with that. But due to the large crowd and social distancing issues of tonight's meeting, we're asking that you submit all those in writing. Ms. City Clerk also has, can you please provide a report out on what you've received on any public portions, and then we'll go into the actual audience there of any public comments. Ms. City Clerk?
Okay, so the comments received via email for tonight's meeting have been provided to the mayor and the city council. They are also available to the public on the city's website and the city clerk's office documents for today's meeting. The following members of the public are requesting that the city council adopt an emergency ordinance instituting a moratorium on all housing displacement actions within the city. Felicia Jones, Inland Region Housing Justice Coalition, Julie Cyberly, Christina Ramirez, James Albert, Rocio Aguayo, Lana Ramadan, Alicia Garcia, Paul Perez, Norma Gonzalez, Maxine Perez, Christian Flores, Victor and Karen Suarez. We also received a joint letter from Senator Connie Leyva, Assembly Member Eloise Gomez Reyes, and Assembly Member James Ramos expressing their support for the residents of San Bernardino. The following members of the public are requesting that the city reconsider allowing volunteers at the animal shelter during the coronavirus closure. Dora Hiller, Daria Orlosa, Susie Ford, Cheryl Beeman, Shauna Spencer, Julie Morgan Teller, Sharon Vincent, Cynthia Willis, Geraldine Lee, Jen C., Crystal Wade, Vicki Hartman, Alyssa Garrity, Jenny Morena, Elise Swartz, and just a correction, the Lana Ramadan should be under the shelter comments. And we had one comment from Tim Duran that is requesting a stop sign on 35th Street and Sierra Way. And he is also requesting that the mayor take a leave of absence during the ongoing investigation. Those are all the comments that we received via email before 4:30.
I'd like to make a motion, given the urgency of the situation. I'd like to make a.
Mr. Mulvihill, hold on, sir. Let's go ahead and go into public comments. We'll recognize you in just a moment, sir, for urgency ordinance or any additions to tonight's calendar. Let's get right into the audience portion of tonight's public comment. Are there any, Ms. City Clerk, any comments at the podium for public comments?
Yes, there are. The first one is Ricky Johnson.
Okay.
Ricky Johnson.
And Ms. City Clerk, if you would please put the clock on and welcome Mr. Johnson.
Good evening. The city is facing a multitude of important decisions to be made soon, some of which are a new city manager who must be selected by the end of this year. A police chief needs to be chosen outside of the current police department. Decisions need to be made to address the budget that is tragically trending towards a negative while the city still emerges from bankruptcy. Plans need to be constantly updated regarding how we deal locally with the coronavirus. Unfortunately, it's a shame money that it can afford to pay. Today's agenda is, for example, about Divya Dastardly. In closed session, you have the case of Signs and Hannah versus the city, where the mayor attempted to reduce their salary, which was ruled illegal, in order to use those monies to pay for a suspect lobbying firm. Their salary was later reinstated, plus the city had to pay attorney fees. Now the city is facing further additional attorney fees as the case winds its way through the court system. Agenda item number 8, staffing the mayor's office. Following the receipt of complaints from 2 employees alleging various forms of harassment occurring at City Hall and off-site, the support staff assigned to the mayor's office was relocated to the city manager's office. All communications from the mayor to the staff are being communicated to the city manager. This relocation of personnel has been made to limit the potential for additional allegations. This is governmental dysfunction at the highest level. Agenda item number 1, which should read water board removal because the present board member chose to support a different candidate than Val Divya to represent the 6th ward. Unfortunately, Judith Bias was used as a pawn in his sordid plans to be a dictator for the city instead of mayor for all the people he was elected to serve. Val Divya didn't have the dignity to let me know that I was being removed. I had to find out from someone else. This is another sad display of abuse of power by the mayor's office. John Val Divya campaigned on a new direction for the city. It looks to me that due to his petty vindictiveness, the direction he is trying to take the city will be to crash down with him into a cesspool of his own making. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Johnson. Thank you for your comment. You and I did speak with you briefly this morning, so thank you, sir, for your comments here. Ms. City Clerk, are there any other public comments?
Yes, the next speaker would be Christian Flores.
Welcome.
All right. So me as a concerned citizen and community member and community leader in San Bernardino, I'm reaching out to the council members here to immediately stop it and implement an emergency ordinance to provide moratorium on house placement actions in the city of San Bernardino. These housing disorders by city code enforcement and condemnment action unless you can ensure access to housing for social distancing and public health, all people being displaced in our community. Additionally, I know Ward 1 said that is my personal ward council representative and Mayor Valdivia. I know you guys have working relationships with county board of supervisors members through the airport authority committee. I hope you guys will take the opportunity and leadership to step forward and ask help in being able to implement these solutions for our community, because over the past few weeks, seeing the Brentwood apartments be condemned and how family members from those communities still have yet to be permanent housing, even through help with additional housing assistance with nonprofit organizations in the area. With those clocks ticking and time running out, it's of the utmost importance that you guys really think forward towards the people in the city who are being affected by the loss of income, the loss of jobs and hours, to be able to make the payments to student loans, to rent, the mortgage payment. Just urge you guys to do what's right by our city and our community and really take the leadership opportunity for a moratorium in the city of San Bernardino. Thank you so much for your time.
I would like to, I want to make a
Thank you very
motion
much.
because we've got several people that are going to be making the same proposal. I'd like to make a motion that we direct the city manager, given the immediacy of the problem and given the fact that research demonstrates that housing insecurity has a profound impact on the health of the family, particularly children's health, that the city manager compose an emergency ordinance to provide for a moratorium on all housing displacement actions within the city of San Bernardino.
I'll
Is there a
second.
I second.
Councilmember Ibarra with the second. And if members, I just want to provide some, I think we could add it. Ms. City Attorney, can you opine? I think it'd be appropriate to add the request to tonight's calendar under item number 9. Under number 9, under staff reports, it provides the adopting a resolution ratifying proclamation 2020-01 and proclaiming the existence of emergency. So I'd like, if that's okay with the motion maker, Mr. Mulvihill, we'd like to add that. I did speak with Assembly Member Reyes regarding this and her request right before the meeting, and assured her that we could combine that with that request onto item number 9. So if there's no objections, and why don't we do a roll call vote?
As long as the city manager has, the verbiage to put in there, that'd be great. I think it'd expedite the situation.
Yeah, well, that's your motion, Mr. Mulvihill. So yeah, that would be the direction in the motion. If the city clerk would please call the roll on that to add it to the tonight's item and number 9. And there's been a motion by Councilmember Mulvihill with Councilmember Ibarra on a second. If we could do a verbal, Ms. City Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
I think that's a yes.
Councilmember Figueroa, Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard,
Yes.
and Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes.
Thank you very
That
much.
passes 7-0.
Thank you. The item will be added to under provisions of item number 9 tonight under staff reports. Ms. City Clerk, are there any other public comments on in the audience?
Yes, there are 7 more. And the next speaker is Samuel Armando and Castro Ramirez.
Okay.
Good evening, City Council, to this distinguished mayor, as well as City Council. Let me congratulate you, based on what we just heard outside, that you're actually going to take this matter serious, that you voted. Who was the councilman who made the motion? Thank you for being courageous. Thank you so much that you're concerned about some of the most vulnerable within our community. It is of the most important that you pass this ordinance and or adopt what the governor has sent down from the state so that we can care for our families and get a hold on the spread of COVID-19 by taking care of those who are without and possibly can suffer even more because they don't have access to housing, and especially those who will lose possibly employment and income and can't pay their mortgages. And as a pastor in this community and a leader of congregations organized prophetic engagement, I want to remind this community as well as the city council and the mayor that Matthew 25 tells us, those of us who are of the faith and believe that Jesus will recognize us by when we've taken care of those who did not have shelter, who did not have food, who did not have access to the things that some of us up until this point have possibly been taken for granted. So today we applaud you, but we also challenge you to make sure that you implement this to the fullest extent so that we can take care of the families of San Bernardino, this great city, so that it can again be an all-American city. God bless you, and thank you for your courage on tonight.
Thank you very much, sir. City Clerk, if you'd call the next one.
The next speaker is Treasurer Ortiz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulvihill, for doing what so many in the community were worried about last night. Because when they called the mayor, he gave them 5 minutes of their time and he was at all interested in helping. But that's probably what happens when your mayor calls home people scumbags and down on the community. And that's the continuation of the problems that we have in our city, is that we have an elected body that tends not to do what's in the best interest of the citizens, but does what's in the best interest of themselves. And we have to change that. I saw Jeffrey go in that room and make a comment that we knew that we were headed to discussion with John. We just thought it was going to happen sooner rather than later. But why you were attached to the hip for the last year of helping him is ridiculous. And if tonight what happens in this chamber and that you have 10 to 15 residents standing within inches of each other, waiting to get their next public comment is any indication of what emergency management procedures will look like during this time, my God, what a failure. You know, the county has a mechanism where you can come and sit and record your comment from outlying areas, but no, that would be way too advanced. Let's herd people in a library holding area while you guys distance yourself. Maybe if we paid $216,000 a year, we'd be cared for more, because our population only makes $34,000 a year. We have a real problem here. And if you look at the agenda of what's coming, we have a $3.5 million deficit you have to figure out in 3 years. And you know what you have? A push for substations that we can't afford, that won't be open to the public. A $19,500 consultant coming in to hold for the next city manager. Why is HR not capable of doing that, to making a brochure and sending it out nationally? You want to know what the state of the city is? You have a sexual harassment sugar daddy who got 4 city council members who have rubber stamped his BS for over a year. And we cannot pave our streets, we cannot fix our parks, you cannot put lights up, you cannot get children to school in safety, higher public safety, any of that. You don't need a $20,000 event to know and see what we see publicly every day. In this moment, people say you are damned if you do or damned if you don't see a public stance on it. Well, you know what? You damned yourself a year ago by failing us in leadership, by turning your back on the people that served Don Valdez. That's what you did. So if you don't want to understand why we don't trust you now, it's because you've done nothing but break us. You better step up, because people are afraid. Regardless of here, people want you to reassure them that tap water is safe, that people get their trash picked up, that you will help to feed their children. Thank you for being a leader, Tim. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Our next speaker, Ms. City Clerk.
Okay, so just a correction. The speaker before Ms. Ortiz was Sam Casey. Next is Samuel Armando.
Hello. Is this loud enough, or should I be quieter? It's good? Hi.
Yeah, please go ahead.
My
Welcome.
name is Samuel Armando Castro Marron. I could stand here and probably berate you for 3 minutes if I wanted to, but I feel like you guys got in your foot right now, so everyone just a little bit of a break. I want to approach you guys as human beings. I don't know how seriously you take this town. I don't know how seriously you take people that live here. Honestly, a lot of stuff has been stuff, and people are scared. They're shitting their pants, you know, and there's all this pandemic going on. We got the mayor remotely accessing that, and we're all here standing there like she was saying. I'm just asking you, do your jobs better, please. Like, seriously, can you really think about people and just think about it just a little bit? What do we got to do? What do we got to do to get ideas across? Like, let me know. Do I got to take out the line? Do I got to be back up? Something? Show you some love? I will. I'll show you some love. Just do your jobs better. Take it seriously. Like, are the people here a joke to you? Are we just livestock? They take it.
Okay, sir, are you done?
Done yet? You guys gonna listen to me when I'm talking? No? Are you guys gonna take me seriously? Are you gonna take the city seriously? Are you guys gonna take this pandemic seriously? What do you guys take seriously? Money from outside, things from outside, not the community, not grassroots. Why? Why? Think about it. Look at each other. You guys ever walk in San Bernardino? Ever? You guys ever take a stroll? Second Lake? Ever? Do you? Any of you? I just want you guys to do a better job, to do the job you're supposed to do for the people. Because if you don't take your job seriously, then we will start to take matters into our own hands. We will organize a community, and it's a brave new world. It is. So please, don't make us do your job for you.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Our next speaker.
The next speaker is Tawana Whitfield.
Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I was just I'm here to ask for you guys to approve the moratorium for the housing, the displacement of housing families. It is important for the overall safety of the families, children. I was once homeless, so I know being displaced, this is a scary moment for various families without knowing where they're going to go or having resources available. There is resources in the community, but it's very scarce. And so we ask that you guys approve it so that families can have that security that they'll be okay during this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk.
The next speaker is Vanessa Perez.
Okay, good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Vanessa Perez, and I am the Director at Time for Change Foundation. And I, too, am here to echo the voices of my colleagues that already came. I want to applaud you and say thank you for putting this item on the agenda. This is a big concern, not only for Time for Change Foundation and the rest of the organizations that have been working collectively and arduously to make sure that the former residents that have already been displaced are getting back up on their feet. But now we are coming together because we want to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And so we've seen countless thousands and thousands of homeless, for us, homeless women and children, but just homeless people on the street. So I know that that's not something that's new to you guys, but considering the whole COVID-19 situation, we can't emphasize it enough that this is something that not only is something that needs to be put onto the agenda, but it needs to be passed. And I just want to reiterate, I know that you guys language is the most, but we want to make sure that the housing moratorium will issue a moratorium on evictions and foreclosures. And we also want to make sure that it's going to cease housing displacement by the city, code enforcement, and condemnation actions, and ensure access to housing for social distancing. But other than that, we also want to offer the alternative because this, just like every other thing, is going to pass. And so when this is all said and done, this is something that I would like the council and the mayor to continue to look at in the future because there are alternatives to displacing families. There's ways to fix buildings and structures, and there's different ways to go about this other than just putting families out and leaving them at risk and more vulnerable to homelessness and unhealthy situations. And so I wanted to elevate that. Thank you so much.
Very much. Thank you. The city clerk, our next speaker.
The next speaker is Esmeralda Negrete.
Who am I speaking to? Good evening, board members. For your consideration, I'd like to share with you that there are two letters that you may or may not be aware. On March 11, 2019, Ms. Helen Tran sent an email to Andrea Miller, who was the city manager at the time. She did CC Terry Legault, and on March 14th, she sent an additional email, and this was CC to Dilla Saley, Renee Brizuela, the mayor, of course, Andrea Miller, Terry Ledoux, Gary Sines, our city attorney. There were already red flags going on as far as, John Valdivia stepping over what he should have, shouldn't do. And if you recall back when he was requesting additional staff, not just myself, but other community members, we had said, this is unnecessary. And this is almost one of those that, had you listened to the constituents, you probably wouldn't find yourself in some of the lawsuits that we now face, because none of this is going to come out of John Valdivia's pocket, unfortunately. It would be great if they could do a civil suit and go after him, but this is going to be ultimately something that we pay for. When it comes to his chief of staff, and many people were feeling like, every single mayor had a chief of staff, that we were just going after him, has constituents that were opposing that position. Untrue. You know very well, if you have taken the time to read the city charter, that his duties change. And the reason for saying there was no need for a chief of staff was because when the duties changed, he should have been running the show. There was no need to hire somebody at such amount of money. And here we are, who was hired then after Bill Saley. We had Bully Bill Saley, then we had Matt Brown. Whether or not any of you looked into his past, it's almost like, Valdivia got what he deserved, because now he has somebody stabbing him in the back, but it's still going to cost us. Now, for your consideration, because of what's happening, I see no reason to continue to have Terry Ledoux paying her, since she was well aware of what was going on. She knew that the red flags were there. Whether or not you were aware, I'm leaving a copy of those emails. And that's for you. You can make this tonight's decision where you can say, let's put her position in the agenda, make a decision. Let's get rid of all of those field representatives that were unnecessary. Let's abolish the chief of staff. That was unnecessary too. Like I said, when the charter changed, that should have never existed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Emmanuel Gutierrez.
Good evening, City Council residents. I am Emmanuel Gutierrez, Programming Traffic Specialist for the Inland Empire Media Group, Channel 3 for those who may not know. In light of the coronavirus, precautionary measures have been taken by the state and the city to diminish the rate of transmission. Schools have been closed, and we may not know for how long. I came today to propose a potential solution to supplement education for the elementary school level by airing content on Channel 3. We have existing infrastructure that we owe the public and our children to take advantage of this time of need. I personally do all the scheduling myself, and I don't mind the extra work if it means supporting the community in such a crucial manner. However, I don't know the state standards. I don't know what would be applicable or useful for local teachers and their students. So with your help and support, if we can work in tandem with the school district to accomplish this, it can be done in a more effective and efficient manner. I've already reached out to local teachers, and they're incredibly receptive to the idea, because part of a modern education is access to technology and Wi-Fi. Unfortunately, many of our students are not so privileged, but perhaps we can give them access to Channel 3. We can create 4, 6, 8-hour blocks of meticulous quality educational content, and if necessary, we can run it 24/7 need be. As of now, I'm just one city employee kind of bugging people to help, but with your support, we can use the spring break to plan ahead and give a platform to our educators. One of the teachers had even expressed interest in going in front of the camera to give lessons. People are willing to help. We just need to give them access to the tools that we already have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The City Clerk.
Okay, the last speaker is John Schallenberg.
Good evening.
Jim, at the last council meeting, you were accused of running negative ads in your recent campaign. I didn't personally see any negative ads coming from your campaign, but I certainly saw a lot of them coming from other campaigns into my mailbox about you. And I got one of them right here, and I'm going to speak to it. It looks like a report card of a grade F. And one of the things that it says is under job performance, ineffective. During Mulva Hill's tenure, City Hall has suffered under a revolving door of city managers and staff with taxpayers forced to pay for costly lawsuits. Let's look at that statement. Okay, there's an element of truth to that in order to keep there from being any liability on that, because there were decisions that have happened during your tenure, but you're not responsible for any of that. The decision to fire the city manager, you voted against it. And now we're being sued by Andrea Miller. Okay. The next decision to cut the city attorney and the city pays, the city attorney and the city clerk pay, you voted against that too. Those are reckless decisions that you had nothing to do with. I've said this before, your behavior on the dais has been exemplary. You voted consistently for fiscal responsibility. And it flabbergasts me that anybody would, now I didn't see any, if anybody else saw negative ads from you, Jim, maybe they did, I don't know. But like I said, I saw plenty coming through about you, and I just felt it was necessary for me to speak to it because it's very misleading. And some of us in our community were a little upset when we saw it. It says this type of ad would insinuate that Jim was responsible, and he's not. And we know that. At least the people within my sphere, we know that, and the record speaks for itself. So, and then when the congratulations were going on at the last council meeting, you were called a loser. You're the one sitting in that seat, not the person or persons responsible for this. Again, thank you for your stellar behavior, and I commend you. Thank you.
Mayor, I misspoke, and there are 7 more speakers. So the next speaker is Desiree Sanchez.
Good evening, and thank you, members of City Council, for allowing me time to speak on item number 1. I understand it has been told, and I do not know what the mayor's motivation may have been for wanting to replace Ricky Van Johnson on the Board of Water Commissioners, but I'm here to speak on behalf of Mr. Van Johnson. Our Board of Water Commissioners is one of the most important commissions in our city. It's a difficult job. It's a real learning curve to get up to speed. And Mr. Van Johnson has spent 2 years. I am primary representative for the San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District Board to the City of San Bernardino's Water Department. I have watched Mr. Johnson in action. He has learned his job. He is competent. He is willing. So should the mayor desire in the future to bring a replacement to Ricky Van Johnson, you'll see me again. You'll probably see more members of my board. We support Mr. Van Johnson. He's doing a very good job, and he should be allowed to complete his term. He has more than 2 years to go. So thank you for this opportunity to express this. And I labored whether to come at all on the night of such grave issues. And I just know you will do your best for the citizens of San Bernardino. And thank you very much.
The city clerk, the next speaker.
Okay, just a correction. The last speaker was Susan Longville, and the next speaker is Leticia Garcia.
Good evening, council. My comments are directed to you, the council. I'm here because we have been for months now dealing with the misdeeds of Hopcat. It makes the city look bad. It makes you look bad. And he continues to do what he has always done, retaliating against citizens, residents, against people who he works with, against people on the council, other elected officials, and something needs to be done. I'm looking for one of you to be courageous. Part of what you are here for is to be policymakers. You are the legislative body of this city. It's your job to create municipal codes if and when are needed to be amended. or drawn up. That's your job. That's your goal. If you don't know how to do that, I suggest you Google it, or I suggest you go and learn how to be a policymaker, because we need to hold the mayor accountable right now. Having sex while you're driven around the city by a city employee on city time is completely unacceptable. And you are also complicit in him doing that when you don't do anything to hold him accountable. At minimum, somebody to present a resolution for a vote of no confidence in this mayor and ask him to resign. All of you should be unanimously asking him to resign and step down immediately. I don't know which one of you is going to have political courage and will to do this, but whoever it is going to be a hero in the eyes of San Bernardino residents. I'll tell you that right now. Hold him accountable. He needs to go. He's out of control. And you all are out of control because you're letting him do this. You're letting him continue. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Our next speaker.
The next speaker is Sonia Gray Hunt.
Hi, my name is Sonia Gray Hunt, and I'm a resident of San Bernardino for 30 years. And as I come here, I mean, my heart is heavy because I'm sitting here and looking at some of you guys that held this seat for many years, and some of them new. But the problem is, why is we having to have these conversations of how you engage our local residents, especially in this crisis of the COVID-19? We shouldn't have to put an amendment together to connect it with a daily disease for you guys to step up and serve our residents. The displacement of our residents that took place over on Date Street was really a pathetic reflection of you and how you run your city. That should never have took place. So now I want to have a level of accountability of how do you plan to ensure that this don't take place to any other resident, and to understand how did it happen. When we talk about the different the emergency ordinance that we are asking for emergency housing, we want to make sure that we put in a couple of different places where we understand that there should not just to be the foreclosure and making sure that people can be able to, pay their bills and stuff, but we also got to look at the displacement of people that's presently in hotels who's running short on their vouchers that don't have that the city don't have a game plan for. Also to look at the residents, and I call them residents because they are residents of the homeless population that's in many encampments throughout the city, and how you're engaging them to make sure that during this time of crisis that they're not displaced. So my question is to the city council and to the mayor, when are you going to step up and do what you're supposed to do as a city official who represents this community? There should be there should already be a game plan in place of how to deal with these type of crises and how to be very proactive on how we're going to move forward and making sure that we have sustainable housing for low income individuals within our city. So I mean, basically, I'm just saying, step up and do your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk.
The next speaker is Esmeralda Vasquez.
Ready?
Correction, the next speaker is Jose Reyes.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, welcome, sir.
Okay, with all the fragments, we need more heterosexual sex. I don't know why they're complaining. I don't think they know what sex is. But I'm here to say about the first thing about the law is that what nobody understands is about freedom of religion. And we're not supposed to have prayer here in regards to things. So I'm just doing it to tell you what the calendar is about. And the calendar this year for half for bonfire everywhere. We're celebrating Cleopatra's Day this month. So remember the explanation of the calendar for 2020. CE Cleopatra for collaborative the collaboration of Egypt with Rome by Cleopatra and Julius Caesar in the temple of Hypnodosia, just above the two great pyramids, polished to perfection by the Arcadians, who focused on the 8 corners of the room as they built Rome into a marvelous luster city with a 10-month calendar. And then when the child of Clea and Julius was 4 years strong,
Brutus assassinated Julius, and Cleo sounded the alarm as Solar having Augustus take the child safely to school with the Venetians as he ordered Brutus to be beaten to death on the mast and left to rot. Then 4 months later, Mark Antion came to console her with a gift basket, which was a snake attack. And though October, her strongest guardian, immediately came to resuscitate her to coma as Augustus arrived, and together they resolved to have all the calendars torn down to stop time and keep Cleo alive, making the year of 0. As Augustus charged after Antion and October cared for Cleo discreetly, changing his name to Nero, as he focused on the smaller details of perfection, moving Cleo from the buried chamber in the left pyramid to the right, nurturing her more strongly to stroke with the Nefertiti's priestesses and Venusians mixed in. Augustus went on to gored Antion to death, then cast him in the volcano, then beat rotten Brutus to pieces, plunging him in the cesspools, so that they began to work on the O-shaped Colosseum in the year of 0. And in its completion, they introduced the new calendar with 2 more months, July for Julius and August for Augustus, moving October to the 10th month. Then Augustus was inaugurated Caesar Emperor on the first day of the year 1, while his wife Vindia looked on in adoration, and Cleo attended in euphoria in her velvet drapes behind her matching curtains. Nero guarded her with translations, though finally let her go into the necropolis, so Nero became emperor next. With overwhelming orientations, though some unknown side freak show, Caligula, with the sodomites of the house of David, tried to burn down Rome and blame Nero in a retarded attempt to make one man guilty for another man's crimes. But Nero only sung to them to remain calm, put out the apocalyptic fires, then cornered Caligula.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Cut him out to pieces, casting him back in the crack, then sealed the crack.
Sir, thank you for your time.
And his
Thank you. Your time is up, sir. The city clerk, our next speaker, please.
You know, I don't need people telling me who God is. And I don't need that because that's a violation. I don't need an idiot telling me, trying to dictate the law when they don't know the first thing about the law. The first thing about the law is freedom of religion. So if you don't know the first thing about the law, you're not an officer. You're a criminally offensive person.
All right, Ms. City Clerk, if you announce
the next speaker is Scott Olson.
You need to stay off my back, stay off my property, because you're not an American. You're a freaking rat, in fact. Stay away from me, too.
Welcome, Mr. Olson.
Well, what an act to follow.
I want to take good morning.
Go ahead, Mr. Olson.
Okay. First of all, I want to say your efforts are totally in violation of Governor Brown's meeting in every way, shape, and form. You have plenty of space in the audience to accommodate speakers, but you force the speakers. You do not allow them in the meeting. You force them to congregate right next to each other in one little TV where you can't hear and you can't see. That really, honestly, is an epic failure, and you need to look forward to this one. Second of all, Mr. Mulvihill, as per Governor Brown's direction, being over 65, you are Newsom, whatever that guy's name is. Anyway, said flat out, if you're over 65, you self-isolate in your house. If you're not over 65, I apologize. You shouldn't be here by the governor's proclamation. Now, as I've said earlier, and I question the fact that somebody can actually run a meeting from a teleprompter and not be here. Quite honestly, if you're not here, you shouldn't be participating. I don't care about the TV cameras. There's a legal issue there as well. On to real issues. We have a problem with the mayor. We have a lot of accusations. Accusations of stuff that happened over many, many months. We have a chief of staff whose job was to supervise those mayor's employees. I really hope for his sake there's a paper trail of emails where he addressed it. We have an HR director who left 2 weeks before all this exploded. Okay? There is no way, given California state law and the classes that every city employee and elected official had to take in this room, that city HR director could say she had no clue, unless those ladies did not complain and they were lying. There needs to be a thorough investigation and overhaul of HR policies, because quite honestly, I have watched a decade or more of abuse of city employees. Okay, and for everybody to make such a big deal out of this one, but doesn't care about the fire department, the refuse department, and all the other people who are outsourced and treated horribly to the point where they begged not to work here anymore. And yet, we kept our policies the same. State law changed, we didn't. City attorney, by state law, was supposed to be the watchdog of the elected official. Epic failure. He did nothing. Wrote a letter saying, oh, gee, you shouldn't, whatever. We need to investigate our former city attorney, and quite honestly, that report needs to go to the bar, because his behavior warrants a complaint for disbarment. He says he's retiring anyway. And I can go on and on and on. Why is it the city clerk can get information about our city manager, her lawsuit and legal issues and personal issues on Facebook within 2 hours, and in 6 months she can't deal with the employees?
Mr. Olson, thank you.
That needs to be investigated, and I'm finishing up in 1 second. If you fail to act on the entire thing, it becomes nothing more than more political crap.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments tonight. Ms. City Clerk? The City Clerk, if you could unmute. Thank
The
you.
next speaker is Desiree Sanchez.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Desiree Sanchez. I'm with the American Civil Liberties Union of Southern California, and I actually live, work here in San Bernardino County, Montana. Dear Mayor Valdivia, City Council, City Attorney, City Manager, and Director of Community Economic Development Department, as you've heard, we're a member of the Housing Justice Coalition, the Inland Regional Housing Justice Coalition, who is here to stand up for people who cannot come out tonight, to encourage you to immediately docket an agenda item, and we heard it's agenda number 9. We appreciate you taking priority, listening to our community members who have text, emailed, phone called you, and we appreciate you answering the phone, answering the emails, and listening to our community members. To provide a moratorium on all housing displacement actions within the city of San Bernardino. Our values, our morals here in San Bernardino is that we watch out for each other and we take care of ourselves, take care of each other. And so that's what this agenda item, we hope, is going to do, is to continue protecting residents who have been displaced because of the current condemning of apartments that have been happening. And not only is it our issue here in San Bernardino, our government issue, but we have to take a look at property management and the word technically slumlords. We have to hold them accountable too. It's not just a government issue. We have to work together to come up with solutions. But right now, today, it's an emergency solution, and we need to make sure that we're taking care of our residents. The governor, Mayor, we spoke yesterday, and I wanted to make sure that we're bringing in information regarding the executive order from the governor. He says, whereas because homelessness cannot exuberate vulnerability to COVID-19, California must take measures to preserve and increase housing security for Californians to protect public health. And whereas local jurisdictions, based on their particular needs, may therefore determine that additional measure. The governor is calling upon us tonight to make these decisions to protect our residents. And finally, I just again want to reiterate that the government's authority to limit residential and commercial evictions is our duty tonight, today. And vulnerable tenants and public avoid the need to pass local policies in all California cities and counties. That's what the governor is calling upon. So again, thank you for listening. Thank you for welcoming the Inland Region Housing Justice Coalition. And any questions that you have, we would love to continue assisting you with this policy. Since it's an emergency, this might not be the right fix, and you will continue hearing our emails, texts, phone calls, and voicemails. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
The final speaker.
Oh, okay.
My apologies. final speaker is Esmeralda Vasquez.
Hello, my name is Esmeralda Vasquez, and I'm here representing Assemblymember Eloise Reyes. Dear Mayor Valdivia and council members, as the state legislators representing the city of San Bernardino, we are writing to you to express our support for the residents of the city of San Bernardino dealing with the housing crisis. We have been extremely concerned and want to work with you, the council, and other leaders in this regard. We have received a copy of the letter addressed to you by the San Bernardino Housing Justice Coalition, wherein they request an emergency ordinance instituting a moratorium on all housing displacement actions within the city of San Bernardino. This coalition also represents many of our community and faith leaders. As you may know, the state of California has been working fervently to provide leadership and direction as we deal with this issue of the COVID-19 pandemic, homelessness, and the economic downturn. Recently, Governor Gavin Newsom signed an executive order that authorizes local governments to enact ordinances that halt evictions for renters and homeowners, slow foreclosures, and protect against utility shutoffs for Californians affected by COVID-19. The language in the governor's executive order is clear. The next step in order to protect the residents of the city of San Bernardino is for you as leaders to enact a local ordinance halting these displacements. As the largest city in San Bernardino County, we urge you to set an example for the rest of the county and take the necessary step our community needs in this time of crisis. As a city with a high homeless population with over 25% living below the line of poverty and with most of our children receiving free or reduced price lunches, we need to take all possible actions to protect the health and safety of our residents. With the additional factor of the COVID-19 pandemic and the serious potential for infection and the spread of the virus, the timing of your actions is of grave importance. The safety of all the residents is essential. If we only help those who have the means to help themselves and disregard those with the greatest need of protection, we are endangering the life of not only the vulnerable residents, but all residents. The coalition requested that action be taken to ensure protection of all residents. We support their request to immediately enact an emergency ordinance that would address 3 specific issues addressed in their letter. These issues are: issue a moratorium on evictions and foreclosures; 2, cease housing displacements by city code enforcement and condemnation actions; and 3, ensure access to housing for social distancing. Thank you for your immediate attention to this urgent matter. The residents of San Bernardino deserve your protection, all of your residents. Protecting the most vulnerable few will provide protection for all. We are all in this together, and we are prepared to work with you. Sincerely, Senator Connie Leyva, Assemblymember Eloise Gomez Reyes, and Assemblymember James Ramos. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, please reach out to our office.
Thank you very much. Ms. City Clerk, does that conclude our speakers for tonight?
Yes, it does.
Okay. City Council members, my apologies. I kind of skipped around here. Ms. City Attorney, would you like to, is there anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor and council members, members of the public, we do not have any reportable action from our closed session this evening.
Thank you, Ms. City Attorney. And my apologies, Councilmember Sanchez, are you recognizing Mr. Stanley tonight?
Oh, that's being postponed.
Okay, very good. Moving on to our staff report, item number 4, City Manager Recruitment Services. Ms. City Manager.
Everybody hear me okay? As you recall, back in December, you had asked me to issue a request for proposals for the recruitment of the city manager. We did so, and we came back. 7 proposals were received, and the mayor and council asked me to come back with the top 3, ranking them. Bob Hall and Associates was ranked number 1, Ralph Anderson and Associates was ranked number 2, and Avery and Associates was ranked number 3. Since the time that we last met to discuss this, Ralph Anderson and Associates has pulled out and asked that they be pulled from consideration. Bob Hall and Bill Avery planned on being here tonight to answer some questions, but under the current circumstances, we asked them not to attend. The mayor and city council may go ahead and award a contract to one of the top two companies this evening, or you can wait until they have the opportunity to come in and you can interview them. certainly we were able to make arrangements for that this evening.
Okay, very good. Council members?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment, please.
Mr. Schreck.
I'd like to move that we go ahead with the recommendation. I know it would be really nice to be able to interview these people, but I know that these have been top organizations. I don't want to delay the process any longer. Bob Hall and his group has a great reputation. They all do. I would just like to move that we go with the recommendation that we hire Bob Hall and Associates.
I'll second that.
All right, we've got a motion and a second for Bob Hall. Are there any questions, discussion?
I have a comment, Mayor.
Councilmember Barr?
Yes, I'm actually going to vote no on this. There is, if you go to the icma.org website, we could have applied there, submitted RFPs or applications for interested parties. It's a website that has all the professional city managers across the United States. This wouldn't have cost our city any dollars. So I'm just going to vote no on this tonight.
Thank you. Any other council members? We have a motion and a second. The city clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel, Councilmember Nickel,
Oh, Henry, right here. Yes or no? Yes. Yes, he says yes.
said yes vote. Councilmember Richard, Councilmember Richard,
You gotta,
Unmute your microphone. There you go. There you go.
Councilmember Richard, what is your vote on this item?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes.
So that passes 6-0.
Okay, very good. Moving on to item number 5, police substation. The recommendation is that the mayor and city council approve the police substation as outlined in the report. Ms. City Attorney or Manager.
Eric McBride, Acting Chief McBride is going to give this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is all back in February of 2019. The council adopted a new orientation philosophy for the police department. With that, the police department reorganized 5 policing districts. Part of the COPS program is to actually have substations facilitate that interaction with the community and build those community partnerships. Early this year, at the end of last year, we submitted, we received an offer from Master at the Inland Center Mall where they would provide a facility or a room down at the Inland Center Mall, which they would fund with $20,000 in improvements, or actually, I'm sorry, $200,000 in improvements, along with a $1 lease for the city. And then they would also provide all the utilities associated with that. So it was a very good offer for the city. However, with the understanding that we would not be able to staff that with a full-time member at the door to receive police reports and interact with the community if they were to actually be there. So with that, of course, our idea is to, in the near future, seek funding for personnel to staff that substation before we move forward on any additional substations. However, with the city's constraints and budget, our proposal would be that annually with the budget process, that we would try to add additional substations at 1 per year, provided that funding and also that the opportunity is presented where similar offers are presented along the line that what the Inland Center Mall did. Also, it's important for us to look at that the locations are strategic, that they make sense for us in the police department and the community, and that's the same kind of value provided to the police department as the Inland Center Mall deal. So with that being said, moving forward, our plans are to seek funding for staffing at that first established substation, and then we'll present a plan during the budget process to add a substation each additional district in the city. However, that would be at 1 per year, unless there's funding that exists
to move forward with additional ones. So that would be our proposal, to add one substation if funding exists and a similar offer is presented, and that location that's presented makes strategic sense for the police department and the community.
Very good. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the plan?
I'd like to make a comment.
Sure, Councilman Charette.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to read something quickly from Tuesday, March 17th, 2020 editorial of the Sun newspaper, and the headline is COVID-19 and Importance of Fiscal Discipline. And I'm just going to read a couple of the quick excerpts. It didn't take long for a seemingly strong, robust economy to come to a screeching halt. With the stock market free fall of last week, the economic expansion of nearly 11 years came to an end. While we will eventually get out of these circumstances, policymakers at all levels of government should learn a thing or two about the importance of spending within their means and preparing for down times. Preparing for down times talks about reserves, which we're about to start to run out of, I'm afraid, based on this COVID-19 issue. The last sentence says, or the last paragraph says, while we hope the economy can rebound quickly and that public health responses prove to be effective, this should be a wake-up call to not take prosperity for granted. I think that's relevant to the conversation, not only for this item, but for items going forward. I support wholly the idea of dealing with these types of issues at budget time. And I think we'll be talking about some of that later in the meeting. But we experienced, I think, a similar situation with the SBX line, a $200 million federal grant that put that in, and I don't think the public has been really very happy with it, and I don't think it's been very successful. We can get rid of that. We can give it back. But we would have to pick up the tab, the $200 million tab that the federal government put into it. It looked good. It was a good idea. It looked great on paper, all of the above. But now we're stuck with something that maybe it was either premature, ahead of its time, or didn't really make sense at all. I fear that these community-oriented policing locations could be the same thing. It's great that the Inland Center Mall is going to donate that, but it's my understanding that based on the approval up to this point that we're kind of into it, and we can give it back, we can close it, but we're going to have to pick up the tab for all the tenant improvements that they've made. So though I support this item from this perspective of dealing with issues at budget time and having the funds to pay for them, I don't think this is one that really makes sense. We're already into this one. We don't have a choice, but we do have a choice to leave it empty. We don't have to fund it with personnel or what have you. And I think at this present time, we need people on the street, not so much in management positions or sitting in offices. So with all that, I support the idea of moving forward and doing this at budget time, but I'm not going to support this. I didn't support it in the beginning, and I'm not going to support the item tonight.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Charette. Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes.
Fred, if you could please mute your line too. Thank you. Councilmember Ibarra.
Chief McBride, question: What do you consider strategically planning these substations? I'm just curious to see about Inland Center Mall. What made it to be the first substation to be built? What kind of criteria were you looking into?
Well, strategically, we had a substation at the Inland Center Mall in the past, so it made sense because it is where there's a lot of residents in the community that go to that location. So it makes strategic sense in that they have adequate parking. It's a place where people tend to congregate because it is the mall. It's easily accessible to a lot of residents in the community, and it's in the Southern District. So when we look at policing districts, we look at they have to be within a district. I think we don't want them within blocks of each other. We want it a distance away so that residents don't have to drive all the way to downtown, but have it available to them at a greater distance away from the police department. We know a lot of our residents don't have access to reliable transportation, that they don't use public transportation to a large extent sometimes. Some do, some don't, or they don't have a personal vehicle. So it has to be accessible to the public. And I think the greater distance away from the police department, it makes it more available. Plus, for the officers to use it, it's strategically available for them, so they don't have to respond down to the police department to make a report. It's available to them out in the field in the locations where they work.
Okay, did you, follow-up question, did you do any crime report mapping for this location and the others that you had previously?
I don't understand your question.
Did you do any crime reporting analysis for the locations you had previously before selecting Inland Center Mall as being the first location?
I don't understand what are the parameters. What's your question? We look at crime mapping and crime trends and patterns in the city all the time. What's your question?
Well, that's what I'm asking, if you did any crime report analysis, whether it was 3 months behind, 6 months behind, a year behind, that also encouraged why you would select Inland Center Mall to get the first police substation.
So there was the first offer that for the city, which basically cost us $1 a year to move in with no utility costs or startup costs. So, and it made sense strategically and geographically within the city. So it was an offer that the city council chose not to refuse.
Okay, so just because they offered it for $1, that's what determined this location being first. Because of the crime that they were experiencing compared to the other substations you've had, for example, Baseline Shopping Center.
We have no other substations.
There used to be a substation on Baseline Shopping Center next to the Smart and Final. Smart and Final left due to the loss in revenue. The tenant right next to it also left due to the lack of police response, the poor police response, and the crime they were encountering and the theft. Were those numbers not taken into consideration then when determining who gets the first substation in the city then? Because the property owner at Baseline Shopping Center also wanted to provide that police substation at no cost to our city. And that's something that we've known for over a year. And they didn't do a 250,000 improvement in that location. They did $1 million. So they improved that location 500,000 inside Smart and Final and outside of Smart and Final to improve that area. Now they have no tenants and we still have crime in that location. So that's where my concern is. The fact that now we have to wait to have an actual substation where the crime is happening and our police are not responding on time, that is my biggest concern. And when I see that some of my colleagues received money from Masteridge or Aaron, it's concerning to me, especially when we brought up that, some of our colleagues should recuse themselves when they bring items to the agenda from people they get money from, and they all voted no, except for me and Ted, of course. So I'm just concerned that this was just a favor done and not because of the needs of the city. Thank you.
Ms. Ibarra, thank you for your comments. I think you expressed these same comments last police substation item, so we appreciate your comments. Are there any other council members wishing to address the item tonight? Do we have a motion to?
I have a comment.
Do we have a motion to approve the floor motion as proposed on packet page number 239?
I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve it.
I second.
All right.
I got a
Councilmember
comment.
Mulvihill.
Yes.
Sir?
Chief, I guess the statement that stands out to me is this substation will not be open to the public until additional community service officer positions are funded. Can you hear me?
It's echoing from this, so it's a little bit of a delay. So you understand the question is that?
I guess, is this going to be staffed with a lieutenant and a sergeant?
So the substation will be staffed currently once in a while with a lieutenant, a sergeant, and the 2 officers that work as district resource officers. However, that being said, there won't be a community service officer that staffs the front counter, so it won't be open to the public to walk in because those officers are out in the field dealing with issues out there, a lot of quality of life issues, and then the lieutenant and sergeant are in and out, and they're not sitting at the front counter, so to speak. So it's not open for people to make to walk in to make police reports, and that's why we would love to staff that adequately with one community service officer first before we move on and open additional DOPs.
Yeah, see, that's my problem is the fact that, you know, having substations in neighborhoods is, it invites walk-ins. And so when I see that it's not going to be staffed, I guess, you know, what Councilman Charette indicated is that we should put this off until it's budgeted. We know how much it's going to cost to hire the customer service individual, along with some of the other costs that are involved here. So I'm going to be voting against this simply because it's not going to be open to the public because it's not going to be fully staffed. And again, as I mentioned before, the reason why we have community substations is for people to, it's there, they're going to walk in. And particularly it's just being in a mall, it's not in a neighborhood. You know, obviously people are going to be walking by, whether they're actually from the neighborhood or not is another issue. So there's just a lot of questions that need to be asked, and I think that we really need to put this off until we get a full picture of just what the budget is going to look like next year. We know that we're going to have a deficit then, so.
I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding about what the substation is and what this is proposing. So a substation, yes, it is there to benefit the communities and walking and reports. However, strategically locating substations throughout the city allow police officers to go to those locations, do reports, do a lot of things that would otherwise have to respond down to the police department for. You know, this is a large city. It's almost 70 square miles. And you have an officer that's all the way on the east side of town, has to traverse the entire city to go downtown sometimes to take care of some of the functions that they would be able to do in a substation located where they're actually working in the field. So that downtime creates a lot of inefficiencies in the police department. And that's one of the reasons why if we can get a substation, even if it's not staffed with a CSO, basically for $1 a year, don't have to pay anything more than that, no utilities or any other costs. It just makes sense. However, this report is not a proposal to move forward on substations. What this is saying is the city council wanted an update on where we're going with substations. We will come back with a agenda item during the budget to discuss something about implementing a plan to add additional substations at potentially one a year. But first, let's see if we can staff the existing substation that we're going to open adequately, but then also move forward and maybe one a year. So if you look at it, to add 4 additional, that's 4 years forward into the future. This isn't anything that we're asking, and what we're asking is the same deal. So that same deal would cost the city $1 a year each year moving forward. So this is not to adopt any plan to move forward and open substations this time. That will come back in the future.
Okay, Councilmember Nickel, I see your hand raised. Mr. Mulvihill, if you could mute your microphone, please. Thank you.
I think the chief answered much of the question I had, but I think there might be some lack of common understanding, certainly among us on the dais, of what a substation would be conceptually. And I think the chief did a good job laying out why they are a useful tool in the context of community-oriented policing. This is a best practice. This is what other communities use that improve the quality of their policing strategies. And so I think, you know, the idea of having a place where people go and have a counter is certainly something that is part of a potential substation type facility, but it's not the whole story. And I think I'd like to see how we use this concept, this concept evolves in the context of the needs that exist within the particular district commands that we have in the city. I think there are different needs in different areas of the city, and we may modify slightly what a particular substation in a particular area of the city does in terms of the services that are provided and the type of interaction that the public has. I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all, but I think the concept is sound. I think the concept is supported through demonstrations throughout the country of success. What I did want to know is whether or not it might also, as we move forward with this concept, I do support it, and I will vote for it tonight. the area that I represent is very much supportive of the concept of police substations for the very reason that the chief alliterated, which is the amount of time it takes for our officers to traverse to headquarters and then go back out in the field. Some areas of the city are quite a distance, and it takes quite a bit of time, and that's time that could be spent responding to calls, serving the public, as opposed to traversing large distances across the city. So I support that. In terms of perhaps as we hopefully grow and expand code enforcement, might there be an opportunity to also perhaps provide an administrative center for our local code enforcement activities down the road in terms of these substations? I assume that could be integrated into the operations of those substations. Maybe the chief could elaborate on that. Is that something that perhaps we could also look at? That's feedback I've received from constituents. A lot of code enforcement concerns as well, and how we can improve code enforcement through this model, if at all possible.
And definitely, given adequate spacing in the whatever location that we acquire in the future, there isn't necessarily any problems with co-locating city services at one location or multiple locations.
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up, Mayor. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Council member, or my colleague, Henry Nickel, you do realize you and I share the Northern District, right? And the proposal here, the plan is approving one per fiscal year. So when it comes to the Northern District, I have an area that is plagued with crime heavily. They also have the same concerns as you. So when that happens, are you and I going to find a middle ground? What's going to happen? So that's my concern. One per district per year. While in the meantime, all these other businesses are struggling to make ends meet. I believe when we approved, when the Inland Center Mall was approved, $20,000 was coming out of a special fund, and I'm pretty sure there's still money there. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention because we do share the Northern District, and I'm not sure if you and I also share Eastern District, but I have two district commanders in my area.
Well, I think in terms of the discussion tonight, I think Ms. Ibarra and I probably agree this is something we agree that should be done. I think the details in terms of how it will be done and where it will be done will be discussions we'll have to have in the context of the budget. I don't disagree with you, Ms. Ibarra. I think we'll need to have those discussions as we move forward, but I think you and I probably agree this is conceptually a good thing to have for our city.
Okay, let's go to council members. Figueroa, Councilmember Richard, Councilmember Sanchez, any final comments here? We have a motion on the floor here. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Mayor, if I may, I just want to make sure that council members know exactly what they're approving tonight. The reason I brought this back is just because of this conversation. I know all of you would like to have a substation in your wards, and I completely understand that. But because of budgetary reasons, we want to make sure we do this properly. So let me read what you were adopting tonight by approving this. In conjunction with the annual budget process, the police department will make recommendations to the mayor and city council regarding substation placement in the 5 geographic areas established by the COPS program. Provided adequate funding is available for staffing and that financial opportunities are made available to the city to fund substation costs, the goal would be to add 1 per year. Obviously, if we have additional funding, we could add 2 per year or 3 per year. Additional substations will not be proposed unless they can be staffed and open to the public, as Acting Chief McBride just described.
All right, council members, we will go ahead and, yes, Councilmember Richard.
I have a comment because I believe that I lost you guys for a minute, but I just need to know who did what as far as making the motion.
Okay, if city clerk can please read the floor motion, and the mover was, I think, Councilman Figueroa, with the second by Councilman Nickel. But it's the floor motion, Councilmember Richard.
Okay, so thank you, and I appreciate that. And I know that we had this conversation in before, And we all know that we all need a substation and want a substation in our wards, but I believe that we have to start somewhere. And this, the Inland Center Mall, they provided this space for us for $1 a year, and I think that we need to start somewhere, and then we need to move forward. We cannot continue to go backwards, and every time we have a conversation, we continue to go backwards. So I just want to say that I am in support of this, and I believe that, as Terry said, you know, 1 per year, and then maybe sometimes maybe we can do 2 per year. But we have to get this on this motion on the road, and I'm in agreement with it. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. City Clerk, if you would please call the roll on this matter. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez. Yes. Councilmember Ibarra.
No.
And Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes.
Councilmember Storet.
No.
And Councilmember Nickel.
Yes.
And Councilmember Richard.
Yes.
And Councilmember Mulvihill.
No.
Okay, give me 1 moment. Okay, the motion passes 4-3.
And if I may, Mayor, if I can make one quick comment, please.
Go ahead and be brief, sir.
I will. So, it's kind of related to this. We're talking about manpower, I think, and we're all talking about the COVID-19. And I just wonder if the PD has any kind of a contingency plan right now, or are they working on one? Should the worst occur and we have officers that are laid off or off work because of that virus? I just wonder if we're thinking about that, dealing with that. What's the contingency plan there?
Mr. Charette, why don't we do this? I was going to make a statement on it and allow our city manager to provide an update to the community. So if we could hold that, we'll put it in a parking lot. Very good question. Well, let's move on to item number 6.
Thank you. Fine.
Encanto Community Center, the former Boys and Girls Club, it's recommended that the mayor and city council review, discuss, and provide direction in reference to the operation and maintenance of the community center located 1180 West 9th Street, formerly known as the Boys Club. Ms. City Manager?
Jim Tickmeyer is making his way to the podium. He'll give you a presentation on this one.
Evening, Mayor and City Council, and thanks for the opportunity to bring this forward to you guys tonight. In January of 1967, the City of San Bernardino entered into a neighborhood facility agreement grant contract with the United States of America, Department of Housing and Urban Development, which provided federal assistance under Title VII of the Housing and Urban Development Act of 1965. That was for the construction of a neighborhood facility at Encanto Park, originally known as the Encanto Community Center. In 1970, the city entered into a 50-year lease agreement commencing on February 1st, 1970, and terminating on January 31st, 2020, with the Boys and Girls Club of San Bernardino. The primary purpose of this lease was to provide the operation of neighborhood facilities for nonprofit, public, and private agencies whose primary purpose was to provide physical, educational, vocational, rehabilitative, preventative, or recreational services to the community. In August 1st of 2018, the Boys and Girls Club of San Bernardino separated from the Boys and Girls Club of America and changed the name of the organization to the Center for Youth and Community Development. The CYCD remained as the leaseholder in the facility and continued to provide services to the community through the term of the lease, and CYCD vacated the premises at the conclusion of the lease on January 31st, 2020. CYCD has since relocated to 468 West 5th Street in San Bernardino and continues to provide services to our community as we speak. During the lease term, CYCD sublet 6,300 square feet of the facility at a monthly rental rate of $6,741 to the San Bernardino County Preschool Services, or SBCPS, for the operation of a child care facility, and which generates $80,892 per year in revenue. Previously, the CYCD allowed nonprofit organizations to utilize space in the building for community programs and organizational meetings. Since vacating the building, the city has reached out to the SBCPS as well as several of the nonprofit organizations to discuss their needs. I'm sorry, I've seen Michael over there. He's coming up on my screen. It kind of got me off track there. But
You look great.
oh, thanks, Fred. You too. So upon, I kind of lost my train of thought here, but so we've reached out. The city's reached out to the county preschool services, and we've made arrangements for them to stay in the facility, continue to provide their services. And we're in the process of negotiating a long-term lease agreement with them to continue those services to the community. Once the facility was vacated by the former tenant, city staff, which was comprised of our Public Works Department and our Parks, Recreation, and Community Service Department, did an assessment, preliminary assessment of the building, and identified several both cosmetic and mechanical deficiencies that need to be taken care of prior to occupying the building again. So what we've done at the direction of Mayor and City Council, the city released an RFP in October for the management and operation of recreational child development services at the community center. The RFP required proposers to submit, among other things, an executive summary, background, experience, proposed operating budget, audited financial reports, and a proposed client fee. The RFP stipulated that if selected to provide services at the community center, the city would negotiate a lease agreement for use of the facility to cover the ongoing maintenance and operational costs associated with the use of the facility. The city received 4 responses to the RFP during the posting period, including proposals submitted by the following organizations, one being Boys and Girls Club of Greater Redlands Riverside, the second being Citadel Community Development, Athletes for Life was the third, and then the fourth was Youth Build. As staff explored through the RFP the opportunity to identify qualified outside organizations to manage and operate the recreational services at the community center, following a review of the responses to the RFP, staff determined that the proposals submitted either required financial support that the city is unable to provide or do not meet all of the required elements of the RFP with the summary below of the responses to the RFP by the organization. The Boys and Girls Club of America has stipulated to and communicated to city staff that the only agency they will authorize to operate a Boys and Girls Club charter in the city of San Bernardino at this time would be the Boys and Girls Club of the Greater Redlands Riverside area. And given the cost to the city to have the Boys and Girls Club provide programming at the center, staff recommends at this time that the city consider other program service options. Since none of the remaining respondents met the RFP requirement, staff also recommends that the city reject all proposals and consider developing a blended program that includes city program services provided in combination with other nonprofit agencies, which may include partnerships with some or all of the respondents. These partnerships would enable the city to share the cost of maintaining the facility and provide a broad range of youth and community services that meet the city's adopted and strategic goals. So tonight, what staff is requesting is that the mayor and city council review, discuss, and provide direction related to the options listed below, which is that mayor and council direct the departments of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services and Public Works to continue to assess the facility, and upon completion of the assessment, provide a recommendation to the mayor and city council addressing the capital improvement needs for the facility, and to direct Parks, Recreation, and Community Service Department to evaluate the feasibility of programming the Encanto Community Center with city-led programming, including staffing and resources required to provide recreational and community services in partnership with nonprofit organizations that fit the city's adopted strategic targets and goals. And thank you guys for allowing me the opportunity to present to you tonight, and I'm open for any questions or comments that you guys might have at this time.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Tickmeyer, can you just provide us here, what's the executive summary? I know that you went through the staff report and you read it to us, but give me your professional advice and opinion here. What is kind of the director of that department?
My assessment at this time, and what we're asking council to do is really just give the Parks, Recreation, and Community Service Department the direction to bring back to council a plan that would allow us to adequately program portions of the facility in conjunction with one or more of the nonprofit organizations, not just that have that wanted to the RFP, but other organizations that have provided services there in the past and services that are needed for the community in that area.
Which of these 4 individuals that have responded has the, in my terms, credit worthiness to offer the programs and services of the 4 that responded?
When you say credit worthiness, I mean, we have the respondents, several of them, I wouldn't say several, but they all have different qualities, but none really possess all the qualities take the facility over its entirety and program effectively was greater than the 35 cost to have them program the space and what they were asking for the city as a monetary contribution was far above what the city could afford or would be reasonable in our to provide the program.
All right. Councilmember Richard, do you have any remarks regarding this?
Yes, thank you. One of the things that I can say is that, thank you, Jim, for the report. I know that we all want and we love the Boys and Girls Club, and we want to continue to have their services being provided to our citizens and our especially our children in our city. After reviewing all of the people that submitted their applications, we surely cannot afford the Boys and Girls Club of Redlands and Riverside coming in because that's very, very costly to our city. But I know that, Jim, you met with Athletes for Life, and they provided a lot of information. They show that they have the experience, definitely, and we know that they can provide those services to our youth, and that's what's most important, as that we continue to provide the services that we've always been doing in that area. However, there was some issues with that you said with their financial reports, and we definitely have to look into that. But I think that I would, not just me, but I think talking to people in the community, people that know about Athletes for Life, they perform and participate in other cities within our county, and we believe that they are probably out of the 4 the best suited to provide these services. So I just want to recommend that we bring them back, or the proposal back with them, to provide services in addition with the city's help. Thank you.
If I may. Yes, I think there are 2 parts to this. First, I think the director is asking us for approval to have San Bernardino County Preschool Services continue to rent that space for an amount that $80,892. I would like to make a motion on the first part that we approve and continue that contract with the county. On the second part, I'm getting a funny look. Director, is this?
I could second that first part.
Okay. Now the second one, I think the recommendation from staff is to have a city-led program in partnership with a nonprofit. Am I correct in that?
That's correct.
Okay.
What we're asking for tonight is to allow our department as well as the Public Works Department to continue to do a more in-depth assessment of the needs, both cosmetic and mechanical, for the facility. We know right off the bat that it needs a roof and it also needs some AC units. It doesn't make sense to go in and make any of the interior modifications because, again, really looking at the building was built have gone by, and the design, the layout of the building is conducive to some of the needs of either us or some of the other organizations that would like to provide services in there. We have some ADA compliance issues that we're going to need to address. So there's those types of things. But the first step really has to be to make sure that we have a good sound on the building, that we have the space taken care of, and then we can look at, what the needs are going to be. I'm actually meeting with an organization. I was supposed to meet with them tomorrow, but due to our limitations with meetings, I am bringing in some people that have experience in programming those types of spaces with Boys and Girls Clubs in the LA area. So they've had some engineering and architectural firms come in and redesign spaces in some of the areas.
Sorry to cut you off here, but it sounds like before we enter into a marriage with any of these nonprofits, we would need to get that building back in shape. So the motion would be first that we continue to contract with the County of San Bernardino Preschool Services to rent out that space that they currently occupy. And then that second part of that motion would be to direct the staff to do a full-fledged assessment of the facility, and then really have a good assessment in order to know in which direction we should be moving forward. So that is my motion.
I want to make a comment to that. They've done an assessment of that building. We know that they need the air conditioner. We know that they need a roof. So that has already been done. But I say that when we look at these people that submitted their RFPs, and the longer we continue to move them out, I'm not talking about let's enter into an agreement with them, but we need to start having conversations with them so that way we don't lose their interest. A lot of people aren't, if you see you got 4 proposals, come on. We need more people to be interested in the city of San Bernardino. And if we keep prolonging the small things, which is meaning engaging in conversations, then we're going to continue to lose these people. And I know that Athletes for Life, if you look at their work, look at their work in Rialto, Fontana, LA, and all these other places, they have done good things for the community. And we definitely need to not just keep prolonging this, and we need to enter not into an agreement, but we need to start having these conversations to at least let them know that we're interested, and then we can't do that without approval.
Without approving.
Councilman Sanchez, let me ask you a couple questions regarding. Help me understand your proposal here is to approve a lease. Are you getting that from packet page 242, last paragraph, where it says during the lease term, the CYCD sublet of 6,300 square feet. Help me understand kind of your rationale as to where do you get the number from?
I believe it's in the staff report. So I want to continue.
Can you show me where exactly you're referring to?
Let's go to, oh gosh. We're all on a different format. I think we're better off asking the
242.
242. Is it 242? What page is it?
Yeah, the bottom.
Director?
Bottom.
We needed this.
242. 242.
242 is where the details of what the previous lease was.
Yeah.
We are in the process, and we've already started the negotiations between the city and the county to negotiate the lease. I don't think we really need to approve that because we're going to be coming back to council. We're going to be coming back to council with a lease that'll have to come to council as well as to the county, go to the county supervisors for approval.
So Mr. Tickmeyer, that on packet page 242 is going to come back before council anyway in a different format at a different city council meeting. Is that right?
I'm going to put 2 right in there.
So the $80,892, that's going to be paid by county preschool service, and that rental money per year is going to the city coffers. Is that right, or to your department?
It'll go to the city coffers, and we will be negotiating when we renegotiate the lease with the county. It'll be negotiated at fair market value. It may fluctuate from that. That is what the contract was with the Center for Youth and Community Development.
Okay, thank you. So based on the recommendation, Mr. Sanchez, are you comfortable with that, or do you still want to continue with the motion? Because I think it's unnecessary.
I guess, I mean, simply, I think I I erred on this.
Okay.
And I think there's no need to somehow add an approval to renew the contract with the county.
All
So
right.
that part, I guess that first step isn't necessary. That second step, I still strongly believe that we should allow staff to do a full assessment. And I do understand what Council Member Richard is saying, and I would instruct in this motion to have staff continue to engage these nonprofits who have taken the time and resources to submit their applications and show them that there is a
Mr.
potential.
Sanchez, let me help you a little bit. On packet page 244, if you notice, the staff recommendation is exactly what you're saying.
Oh,
Items
good.
number 1 and 2 on the floor motion. So with your recommendation, sir, can we proceed, move on
with me.
on the staff report, because that's exactly what the staff is recommending. Mr.
Good.
Mulvihill, sir.
Mr. Pickmeyer, I think this arrangement is not the most suitable because some of the speakers, your discussion is garbled. I just can't pick it all up. Yeah, I know. Anyway, but you did say there's going to meet with somebody tomorrow.
We had a meeting scheduled. It's been postponed, but I am meeting with a nonprofit organization that does provide the services that we're looking for moving forward, and that's taking the step that we're asking direction for it in item number, the second half of the request for direction. So we're already in the process of addressing what Councilmember Richard has impressed that he wants us to move forward with expeditiously. And
So is that group that you're talking about meeting with tomorrow, is that the same group that Councilman Richard is talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion for staff report. Is there a second on it?
A second.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Richard or Figueroa, Ms. City Clerk. And then Ms. City Clerk, if there's no more questions or discussion, let's move the item, and if you call the roll, please.
Okay, so this motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez, second by Councilmember Figueroa. Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charest?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol?
Yes.
Councilmember Richard?
Yes.
And Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes.
Okay, the item passes 7-0.
Okay, very good. Item number 7 is a review draft of fiscal year 2025 consolidated action plan. The city manager.
Gretel Noble, our housing manager, is going to give this presentation, and she'll be introducing our consultant who's worked on this plan.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Gretel Noble, and I'm the housing manager for the city of San Bernardino. Tonight, the item before you is the review of the draft fiscal year 2025 consolidated plan and associated documents, the analysis of impediments to fair housing, and the annual action plan. The recommended action is that you review the plan and make recommendations or provide comments for the draft document so that it can be modified to recommendations to go back to you on April 15th as the final plan that will be submitted to HUD. And the consolidated plan is basically a 5-year action plan that sets the goals and priorities for the expenditure of the federal funds the city receives. This evening, Christine Gaw with Michael Baker International, who is the consultant on the plan, will be presenting an overview of the plan for you. Thank you, Christine.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Wanted to do a quick overview of the 5-year consolidated plan and the analysis of impediments. This is just an overview statistic on the city of San Bernardino. As you can see, the median property value has increased 4.3%, and the median household income has also increased 6.69%. And the reason why statistics are important is because the stats and census information are part of the process what makes the consolidated plan and the analysis of impediments, which filters down into ultimately the goals and the programs that we're going to be going forward with. So, grants received by the city of San Bernardino are CDBG, home, and ESG. These are the projected allocated funding numbers for 2020-2021. And to receive these funds is must complete and submit to HUD a consolidated plan document. Very quickly, what is a consolidated plan? It covers the beginning of this process, doing community outreach, surveys, and meetings with community stakeholders. We've also did a housing summit, which we'll touch upon a little bit later. This put together fair housing, which identifies areas that may exist within the city for low to moderate households to be able to get housing. We put that together with the consolidated plan, and the consolidated plan is comprised of the analysis of impediments, or the AI, the first year annual action plan, and the strategic plan. So the engagement activities that we had done for the City of San Bernardino were the online community survey, a housing summit that we conducted early in February, which I think some of the council members had attended, and stakeholder meetings with people within the city, as well as 3 pop-up events. So the community survey was conducted both online and in paper form, in Spanish and in English. We were able to receive 1,011 responses throughout the city of San Bernardino, and from that we identified what are the top housing concerns, what are community infrastructure concerns, and things of homelessness, what homelessness concerns were there. All of those results will be published and put into the consolidated plan for your review, as well as a separate survey results document that we will also be putting together and sending out for your review. So on February 6th, we conducted a housing summit at the Arrowhead City Club, and we invited stakeholders, both housing stakeholders as well as banks and other community members that may have been benefit from being able to discuss and connect with each other to address issues such as affordable housing and homelessness and economic development issues within the city of San Bernardino. We had 41 attendees come to the housing summit out of 70 that we had invited, so it was a significant amount of people that decided to come. We had 7 speakers that spanned multiple topics, and we had a great interaction and conversation with the community. These are the stakeholders and focus groups that we had reached out to. We not only did one-on-one interviews with stakeholders such as the CFC, we also went to community meetings such as the Neighborhood Association meeting that we just attended a week and a half ago. Part of those meetings was to inform them of the consolidated plan. We could then reach out to their people that they speak to and let them know what the city is doing to address affordable housing, homeless needs, and other issues that are obviously near and dear to the citizens of San Bernardino. We conducted 3 pop-up events, and these pop-up events are basically informal ways of being able to reach out to the community and inform them of what the city is doing to actively help everyone in the community, again, to address homeless, economic development, and affordable housing. Finally, as I had touched upon earlier, we take all of the surveys, the pop-up event results, feedback that we get from the stakeholders, feedback from all of the community meetings that we attended, and the focus group meetings, and we put that together. And that coupled with the census information, coupled with what we feel are identified barriers to fair housing, comprises the AI and then the con plan, which we have given you draft copies to review. Tentatively, some of the goals that were identified were affordable housing, income and employment, education, racially concentrated areas, lack of home ownership specifically in racially concentrated areas, homelessness services and prevention, and economic development. What was interesting in being part of the reach out and the community engagement was just how engaged our community members are. And they really have legitimate concerns that are not fanciful or imagined. These are concerns that I think that the city has some really great opportunities to address with the CDBG HUD funding. So thank you, and I'm open for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Can you just walk us through the pop-up tents and the focus groups? Where were they conducted? And kind of walk us through those three events, or more so the pop-up events, the focus groups. Where in the city do you conduct them?
So the pop-up events were conducted at a high school. I'm not entirely sure which one, at one of the Winter Wonderland events, and I believe 2 farmers markets. And the focus groups, actually, we conducted these meetings and had them come to us at usually their location, their headquarters. Like I said, with the COC, we had a conference call with members of the COC to get their impact. So there wasn't really an event space that we had for the focus groups.
Okay, council members. If no questions, let's get a motion for approval.
Approve. Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, Councilmember Richard, and then Ms. City Clerk, if you'd please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Shura,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard,
Yes.
and Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes.
Okay, the item passes 7-0.
Thank you very much, and we thank Michael Baker. Thank you for your hard work on this. We appreciate it. Thank you. Moving on to item number 8, Staffing Office of the Mayor. This comes as a request from Councilmember Sanchez and Ms. City Attorney, Ms. City Manager.
Mayor, thank you. As you recall, on March 4th, the City Council directed me to provide an update to you regarding the current status of staff assigned to the Mayor's office and options available for Council consideration. Following the receipt of the complaints from the 2 employees in the Mayor's office, I took steps to conduct a thorough investigation and ensure the compliance with the city's policies, state and federal laws. Steps were undertaken with guidance from outside legal. On February 5th, 2020, the support staff assigned to the Office of the Mayor was temporarily located in the City Manager's office while the investigation was being conducted. At this time, all communications from the Mayor to staff are being communicated through my office, with staff assignments delegated as needed to meet operational needs of the Mayor's office. This temporary relocation of personnel was done to protect the integrity of the investigation and to prevent additional allegations from occurring. All staff in the Office of the Mayor continue to serve within their scope of their assigned job classification. Currently, 4 full-time support positions, 2 are filled and 2 are vacant, and 2 part-time field reps and 1 intern, who has just recently submitted his resignation, are funded in the budget. All open positions are being held vacant until the city's investigation is completed. Pursuant to and as stipulated in Section 502 of the City Charter, the City Manager is responsible for administration of each city department, excluding the Office of the City Council, Mayor, City Attorney, and City Clerk. However, Section 502 authorizes the City Council to assign the City Manager responsibility for the management and oversight and staff of those offices. As you may recall, on May 1st, 2019, the City Council adopted ordinance number MC 1516, amending Chapter 2.02 of the city's municipal code related to the duties of the City Manager, which removed the responsibility for providing staff support to the Mayor and City Council. The staffing levels allocated to support both the Office of the Mayor and the City Council are established in the city's annual operating budget approved by the City Council. Currently, the positions in the Mayor's office are the Mayor's Chief of Staff, Assistant to the Mayor 2, which is vacant, Executive Assistant to the Mayor, which is filled, Senior Customer Service Representative, vacant, 2 legislative field representatives, part-time, filled, and 1 intern who I just explained just submitted his resignation. With the existence of those, we're open to your options. You had wanted to consider options, so we wanted to give you what the current status is and what some of the things you could do going forward are.
Thank you, Ms. City Manager. At this time, I'll ask Ms. our City Attorney to provide some guidance. These are very shaky waters for council members to be opining publicly, and I'll ask our city attorney to provide guidance on those comments.
Mayor and city council members, I would just say that I think the staff report is thorough. The city council establishes policy. You have the policy options in front of you in the forms of the ordinance that you currently have, and the option to examine that, re-examine that, return to your former policy or whatnot. So I'll remain available if you have any questions.
My concern is that Ms. City Attorney, is that there is an investigation occurring and that this may jeopardize this investigation. So I want to caution any public mention of these, but we'll open it up for council members to make their comments. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to come back with a budget amendment that reflects moving all of the mayor's staff into the city manager's office, and to bring that back at the next council meeting. That is my motion.
Mayor?
I
have a substitute motion that I'd like to put forward. I think we're all concerned right now about staff, and I think for the time being, we've kind of dealt with that issue. Some are vacant, some are leaving, some are staying. We've made changes in ordinances in the past, and the charter's pretty clear. My motion would be that we direct staff to return to the first meeting in April, again, assuming that we're going to have one in April based on the conditions that we're dealing with, but based on this evening and the way we're able to do this telephonically if need be, it sounds like we should be. So my motion would be that we direct staff to return the first meeting in April to introduce an ordinance to establish the council consent that the city manager serve as executive to the offices of the city council and mayor in accordance with Charter Section 502. And I further motion that in preparation for the budget hearings coming up for fiscal year 2020 and 2021, I move that we direct staff to propose a reduction in staffing in the mayor's office to a single position. The title, nature, and scope of that position should be determined collaboratively by the mayor and city manager, and should be informed by the limited duties of the mayor pursuant to Chapter Section 303.
If I may, City Attorney, I would like some advice from you. So when the council in the majority voted to have staff bring back this item, I don't think there was a single council member who would have thought that when we voted to discuss the mayor's staff in the mayor's office, that we would be discussing an ordinance concerning the city manager's powers in the council office. So I'm looking for legal advice here as to whether this is some sort of violation of the direction given by the council, because I believe that when discussing whether we should agendize this item, 10 times at least the mention of the mayor's staff was brought up, and 4 times finding a solution involving the budget was brought up, but not once was an ordinance brought up in discussing whether we should agendize this item or not. So I believe that if you would have asked any council member what they were voting for was to have an ordinance change concerning the council office, they would have said vehemently that no, that's not what we're trying to agendize for this meeting. So I don't believe it would be appropriate to discuss that now. I think that if we were to discuss this, we should agendize it at the end of the council meeting, if the council members would wish.
Yeah, so council member and other members of the council and mayor, so your recommendation on this item from staff is receive an update, which you have received an update from the city manager. and consider your options associated with the staffing in the office of the mayor. So it really does allow you to have a broad conversation. You can give direction now, you can give direction at the end of your meeting to come back with an ordinance, but I do believe that this language is broad enough for you to address any options associated with staffing in the office of the mayor. So it gave you, in my opinion, under the Brown Act, this is appropriately worded. You can't make any decisions on those items tonight. You would simply be able to give staff direction. Those items would then have to be properly noticed, put on the agenda, and brought back for your conversation and action.
For purposes of discussion, I would like to second the motion by Councilmember Charette.
Okay, we have a second on Councilmember Charette, and let's now discuss it. All I simply will ask is that, I am a full-time mayor, only elected official here of the 7 city council members that reports on a full-time basis. So I will need, I'm okay with the Councilman Sanchez's opportunity, and I wholeheartedly support that we need to defund those positions, with the exception of the executive assistant's position. I do have a lot of meetings, regional boards, but I am willing to make that offer to the city council tonight. I think it's a reasonable request in light of a lot of the fiscal challenges our city's facing, and with these the pending investigation. However, my only caution is that I do need support staff. I need an executive assistant to assist me on meeting preparation, but I have several regional boards that I meet that would compromise my ability to attend in an effective manner and represent the city. So all I ask is that you simply hear that out, council members, as you make your decision and deliberation. I hope that your actions tonight aren't punitive, only that we would continue to be united in our efforts to join in these regional boards that I'm on, as well as the other representations. There's a lot of issues in our funding issues, grant issues, transportation issues, and those are a major impact. So, Councilmember Richard.
Yes, I just have a question. When we're talking about defunding positions and there's still
No, there's no defunding positions. This would just be a budget amendment.
I heard somebody mention talking about defunding positions.
And that was
Hold on, guys. Hold on, Mr. Sanchez.
So my question is this is also a human resources matter. I just want to make sure whatever we're doing tonight is not going to put us in jeopardy for more liability because of the human resources part of this. If we're talking about, I can see if we're talking about just simply moving people around, but if we're going to eliminate positions or defund positions or whatever's being talked about here, I just need some kind of advice as far as the human resources part of it. I don't open ourselves up for more liability.
If I may just clarify what my motion was, it was to transfer all that funding to pay for those salaries for those positions to the city manager's office. Nobody would be fired, no positions would be eliminated at this time. That staff would just now be working under the city manager's office.
Nor would they be under my motion.
And then, hold on, but the capacity, Mr. Sanchez, can you help us clarify here? Because their reporting structure and their title still says, for instance, Mr. Brown, Office of the Mayor, Chief of Staff to the Mayor. And so your solution is, I hear what you're saying, sir, but provide me a better solution. Are you talking during the investigation? What time period?
No,
what are you talking? How can you remove titles if they're not directly reporting to me?
Okay, so the staff would come back with a budget amendment that would reflect moving the budget remaining to pay for the staff in your office to be moved to the city manager's office. And at the same time, concurrently, she would also present amendments to the job titles and maybe even slight amendments to the responsibilities of those staffers that would be transferred through a budget amendment to the city manager's office. But
Okay,
this idea of
I hear what you're
defunding
saying.
certain positions would not happen. There would be no defunding of positions. Nobody would be fired. There would be a transfer from one office to another.
Okay. Now this is all.
Mayor,
Hold on, Mr. Charette. Hold on. Hold on, sir. Hold on, just a minute. Mute your mic. Hang on. Relax.
I'm relaxed. I'm at home. I'm very relaxed.
Oh, good. I hope you're enjoying a drink. The idea really
That's
is.
uncalled for.
The idea, sir, is that we have the alternative to do this at budget workshop. The parameters as outlined on the city manager's or staff report clearly have a firewall. And I think this is a good attempt. We're headed in the right direction. But I do, Ms. City Manager, what say you on staff support? I mean, we have a lot of issues in the mayor's office regarding economic development, growth. I've been working at the airport feverishly on a lot of economic issues.
Point of order.
I still need a secretary to provide some support here.
If I may, Mayor, I have
The city manager, if you could please answer my hold on, Ms. Ibarra.
Now you've got two different things going on. What Theodore is proposing, or excuse me, Councilmember Sanchez is proposing, those positions, if the mayor said would not work in the city manager's office, they would have to be reclassified into something else if you were to go that route. What Councilmember Charette is proposing would just leave the single position, which he was saying he would work with me on to determine your need.
I'm sorry, you're kind of you're garbled a little bit, Ms. City Manager. Can you please repeat that? And Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Charette, can you please mute your microphones, please? The feedback is pretty bad. Thank you.
Can you hear me better now?
Better. Yeah, thank you.
What Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez is proposing, moving those positions to my office, he's correct. If you were to do that with the budget, we would have to reclassify those positions. They would obviously not work in the city manager's office. If you were to go with Councilmember Charette's motion, keeping the one single position, as Councilmember Charette said, I would work with you to determine what that position would be. It would be under my supervision, but it would support the mayor.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes, I used to work for HR, and my concern right now, Mayor, you made the comment that you only need the executive assistants, and coincidentally, the chief of staff and the remaining field rep that are still under your purview are the ones who filed against you. I believe they're protected under the Whistleblower Act. Am I correct or am I wrong, Ms. City Attorney?
So what I'd like to say is that the item before you is to have a discussion about staffing in the office of the mayor. I would really caution you not to use and personalize this matter. Don't personalize it to the individual employees. Don't personalize it to those who filed complaints. This really should be a policy discussion. I know that those issues drove this item being on your agenda, but now that it's on your agenda, you should be acting as policymakers as how you would like to move forward. So please I don't want to get into conversations about whistleblowing or any of the claims that are pending against the city.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Ibarra.
So with that said, I'd like to recommend, maybe my colleagues will support. So far from this staff report, we have 2 full-time positions that are vacant, 1 part-time that's vacant, and the intern that's vacant. Will my colleagues be feasible that these 4 positions be cut from the budget, from the mayor's budget, and the remaining staff be moved or reclassified by our city manager? Will that be something feasible that my colleagues will be okay with?
Mayor, may I speak now?
Yes, I will second that motion.
I'm sorry, Councilman Sanchez? Is that a second?
Yes, I think what we have here is really, we have to discuss section 303 of the city charter, because that right there outlines the responsibilities of the mayor and whether the mayor needs a staff member or 3 staff members or 10 staff members. We have to take guidance from the city charter. So I would, at this moment, it would benefit this conversation if we discuss section 303 of the city charter, which is the supreme, I guess the law of the land concerning the mayor's staff.
Mayor, may I speak now?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think you're right on the powers of the mayor in section 303, but the effects and the of those powers as afforded to me under the privileges of the city charter, you have to have those powers and duties expressed. And that's how you use staff to assist in those powers of the mayor. Mr. Charette, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My motion is not moving anybody. I think we've moved people already for other reasons. And I'm only simply talking about dealing with Charter Section 502, which allows us to make the city manager executive of both offices, the mayor and the city council. I'm not taking away or defunding with my motion, any of your current staff. As I understand it right now, they're still working and providing services, resources for you through the city manager. They're just in a different location. And that I am indeed dealing with section 303 in the second portion of it, and it's not going to be discussed until the budget hearings coming up in May or June, or for the new year of 2020 and 2021. So this impacts nobody individually at the moment, other than the way they've already been impacted through movement, physical movement out of offices in various places. But as I understand it, we're still providing the mayor's office with all the support you need, with a chief of staff, with an executive assistant, a couple of outside people that are representatives that are actually, I guess, getting ready to leave anyway.
Well, Mr. Charette,
I don't know about that, but that's not my point.
Yeah, the packet page 510 outlines what's filled and what's vacant. So you have that in front of you.
All right.
I don't think there's additional staff members, as you allude to. The packet page clearly indicates upon the request. I understand that, sir.
I'm saying that I'm not impacting anybody
suggest what's
currently
filled
employed.
and what's vacant. And so the staff report is there for your perusal on packet page 510. It clearly outlines what's filled, what's vacant. Let's open it up to other
My motion doesn't impact any of those positions, any of them.
I understand that, Mr. Charette.
And that's all I'm saying.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Let's move on to other council members who have not spoken. Otherwise, there's a motion, Mr. Figueroa.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a legal question regarding some of the reclassification of some of these jobs.
Ted, can you please mute your line, please, Ted? We got some feedback. Thank you.
So I've been having some technical difficulties with mine as well, so please let me know if you can or can't hear me. I just have a legal question with some of the reclassification of some of these positions. So if somebody was hired for, let's say, ABC, can that person then be changed to XYZ? Can we legally do that? The chief of staff, you can't now change the title of that and move it somewhere else, can we?
So again, I want to be careful about talking about specific individuals. The city always has authority to create job descriptions and to use its budget to put resources where they feel it can best serve the city. There are differences between at-will employees and employees that have civil service protection. And there are all sorts of issues that we'd have to look at. So generally speaking, I don't want to be specific to any particular job, but generally speaking, the city can move folks around as they deem necessary. What they can't do, and I would tell you in this case, we need to be especially careful of, is not making any of those choices that might appear to be punitive. And I think that the city manager is very well aware of that. Your human resource director is excellent at understanding the ramifications of that. So that's why I'm encouraging the council to just talk more about the policy. What would you like to see the staffing look like? And then staff can take that back, take that feedback, and come to you with a proposal that reflects that. And we can address some of the potential legal issues before we come back with the ultimate proposal.
I would like a mayor that works within the outline of the city charter that the people of the city passed. So I think it really would be prudent of us to look over it and see that, first of all, the mayor is a full-time mayor. He gets paid a triple-digit salary, and most of the roles here are ceremonial. So I'm not understanding where he's going to need staff, any staff, to fulfill his obligations if he can dedicate himself 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's 40 hours a week. I'm not sure where here in the charter he can't complete all those tasks within that time.
Well, Mr. Sanchez, I appreciate your subjective opinion on my role as mayor, but if you look at packet page 521, there is a conflict with what the charter and what you're recommending, sir. The charter clearly says that each city department, office, and agency shall be administered by an executive appointed by and subject to the direction and supervision of the city manager. And here's the exception clause: except the offices of the council, which is your office, sir, the city mayor, the city attorney, city clerk, and the library board of trustees and the water board. And then it goes on to suggest that some further reading. So I think there's some discussion here on the conflict of section 303 as mentioned by Councilman Sanchez and Councilmember Barra, and the conflict that exists on 502. I think if you were to hear in retrospect some of the analysis that I provided, I'm certainly love my job as mayor, and we have a lot of city business to handle, folks. I would hate to take 10 steps back here. I'm very involved in the community. I care about my community. This is an extreme opportunity for us to partner and unite with some slight modifications to our personnel and staffing, which I'm amenable to. Is there any other comments on that, Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. Oh, Mr. Mulvihill, go ahead, sir.
I've had my hand raised since the beginning of this whole discussion. Mr. Charette, could you, I guess, asking the city attorney, Mr. Charette's suggestion about putting all the individuals under the city manager, is that at all in conflict with what the city charter provides? I'm looking at 502.
And I'm looking at that as well. So you can make the policy choice as to how you want to treat current staff members and where you think those resources should be deployed. The question is whether the city manager, then how he or she would deploy that staff. What it's basically saying is that each department office of the city is to have an executive appointed by and subject to the direction and supervision of the city manager, except for these other areas. All that is saying is this is actually a restriction. I guess you could call it a restriction on the city manager dictating to the council or the mayor or the city attorney or the clerk. But this section doesn't say that the city council has to fund something or the city council has to provide a
That's
full
correct.
And that's the point. I think that's the point the council has to understand. 303, going back there, is operating as the powers and duties of the mayor. And this other section, 5, just had it, the section in 500 is operating as a restriction on the powers of the city manager. I've always, and I told you this when you addressed the ordinance way back when, that it's very odd. The way this was drafted is very odd because you have a city manager form of government, and yet in this section, you're really saying, but city manager, you really aren't in charge of the mayor and the council.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with the city charter that we need to take a look at. But again, I'm thinking about what Mr. Charrette's substitute motion. Does that, Fred? Does that reflect what the city charter has, putting the city manager essentially as being in charge of the council and the mayor's office and so forth? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it does. It has a one line in there that says that she's, in this case, a she, he or she is not in charge of those or executive in those particular departments, water department, council, office, mayor, et cetera, et cetera. But that the next line under that, if y'all read it, says that we have the power.
Yeah.
Power is maybe not the right word. I'm not reading it verbatim.
Authority.
Here somewhere. But it says that we can direct that she, in this case she, be the executive of any of those departments.
Yeah.
And my motion is just simply suggesting that the city manager, he or she, be the executive for those two offices, and that particularly in the case of the city council, we don't want staff in there answering to 7 different people. And then the second part of the thing simply says that we will discuss all the funding of this and it be reduced to one position based on funding, based on budget in the 2020-21 budget discussion.
Yeah.
And that is pursuant to the duties of the mayor in section 303. So this is not eliminating anybody. This is not reclassifying anybody. This is not doing anything. This is simply changing the ordinance back or making an ordinance that puts the city manager as executive of those 2 offices, and then telling the staff to come back or for discussion in the fiscal budget hearings for 2021.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Charrette. Councilman Nickel, you've had your hand up there, sir.
Yeah, I would like the city attorney's interpretation of that second component of 502, which is with the consent of the council. The city manager may serve as the executive of one or more such departments, offices, or agencies. That's consent of the council. This is not a manager form of government. This is a council manager form of government. And in this line of our charter, it specifically states with the consent of the council. So my question is, do we have the power under the charter? It appears we do. That all you need is our consent tonight to put the city manager in charge of, in this case, the mayoral department, to serve the needs of the mayor, consistent with the needs that the mayor determines are necessary in consultation with the city manager. I don't think we're doing anything outside the bounds of what the charter already allows us to do. And I don't think this is really all that complicated.
Mr. Nickel, let me add this question bundled with yours to the city attorney. The other way I read this, section 502, is a second paragraph suggesting that let me read it for you. With the consent of the council, new fresh idea, meaning that the city manager may serve as executive, meaning she may serve as interim or department head of the Parks and Recs, the community development, and we have the consent powers to afford her that leadership. I don't, I
You're
think,
not reading that right. You're not reading verbatim at all.
Mr.
That's not
Charette,
verbatim.
you're out of order. You
Well,
disagree.
that's wrong. You're
All
making
right.
that up.
Mr. Charette, you're out of order, sir. I got the mic on it. So, the clear direction on the exception is that these offices are independent, that the council's office is independent, the mayor's office is independent, and that the city attorney and city clerk. That's how. There's two viewpoints there. So
could I get the city attorney's opinion on how we interpret that second component of section 502, that second paragraph?
Yes, if I may, I was going to add that. Sometimes you guys have jumped in before I get a chance to finish that thought. But so as I was saying, section 502 in the first paragraph clearly operates as a limitation against the city manager's authority in this kind of form of government that you created. But what you have drafted as a restriction, you then give back in the second paragraph. And what is interesting to me in this paragraph, it says, with the consent of the council, meaning the council approves it, the city manager may serve as the executive of one or more such departments, offices, or agencies. And it's the offices or agencies, in my opinion, which go back and clarify that it's not just the departments. This is what this is saying is offices. It's the offices of the council. It's the offices of the mayor. So I would have to say that I would view the substitute motion as being consistent with section 502. I don't see it as being inconsistent. I suppose you could operate it in a way that would be inconsistent, but on its face, if the city council were to vote tonight to allow the city manager basically to serve as the administrative executive of the office of the mayor and the city manager, it appears this charter lets you do that.
And I would just like to follow up with one follow-up question. Now, consent, the term consent, does that require an ordinance, or does that just require a motion by the council? It's a power we already have that we can simply direct the city manager to assume that responsibility for overseeing the staff of that office. Does it require anything more than just a vote of the council?
Yeah. I might otherwise agree with you, but because you have previously adopted an ordinance that is on your books, in my opinion, if you're going to revisit it, you're going to have to revisit that ordinance at some point in time. Tonight would not be the night to do it. And I agree with Councilmember Sanchez that we can't do that tonight. But I believe that you would have to make the current ordinances consistent with your consent.
My motion doesn't ask to do it tonight.
Correct.
Okay, let's get some clarification. I think we've had some great conversation here tonight. Ms. City Clerk, can you please help us here on what the motion is? I know that there's been some alter or a substitute and another motion, and walk us through what you have, please.
Do you want the first motion and then the substitute motion as well? Okay, the substitute motion was from Councilmember Charette, and he is requesting that the staff be directed to bring back at the next meeting, the first meeting in April, an introduction of an ordinance that is transferring the staff from the mayor and council member's office, and that she serve as the executive for both for those employees.
Did everyone hear that?
Yes.
And there was a motion and a second by, who's the second?
I don't believe there's a second.
Substitute motion?
Hold
No,
on.
that was a
There's
substitute.
also a second part to that motion.
Hold on. Oh, geez. All right.
What second part?
What's the second part, Fred?
City Clerk, do you have it?
I only have your first part.
Okay, the second part, I'll read it again. In preparation of the budget hearings for 2021, I move that we direct staff to propose the reduction in staffing in the mayor's office to a single position. The title, nature, and scope of the position should be determined collaboratively by the mayor and city manager, and should be informed by the limited duties of the mayor pursuant to Charter Section 303.
My second still stands.
Let's vote on the substitute motion.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, if you would call the roll on the substitute motion. Thank you.
Okay, give me one moment. Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
No.
Councilmember Ibarra,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa,
No.
okay, Councilmember Charette, Councilmember Nickel,
I'm sorry, Fred, was that a yes?
Yes.
okay, Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
okay, Councilmember Richard,
No.
okay, and Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes.
The motion fails. Is that accurate, Ms. City Clerk?
Yes,
All right,
fails.
Mr. Sanchez, you now, your motion stands. Can you please repeat it, sir?
Got to do one. My motion, if I may amend, would be to go with a budget solution, but allow for a budget amendment excluding the position of an assistant to the mayor to fulfill his duties. So my motion is to come up with a budget solution, a budget amendment that reflects moving all positions but one from the mayor's office to the city manager's office.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilman Sanchez. Councilman Figueroa, if members would cast their vote on this item, please. Thank you. The City Clerk, you call the roll, please.
Yes.
We can barely hear you, but I'll say no.
The City Clerk, can you unmute your microphone, please?
Yes, sorry about that. Councilmember Ibarra,
No.
okay, Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
No.
okay, Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard,
Yes.
okay, and Councilmember Mulvihill.
No.
Give me one moment. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Mayor-
Thank you,
Mayor-
Councilman Sanchez, for your leadership on that. And
Mayor-
Ms. City Manager.
No.
It failed.
It
No,
failed.
I'm sorry. Ms. City Clerk, would you please announce the,
So I have Mayor Pro Tem as yes, Councilmember Ibarra as no, Councilmember Figueroa as yes, Councilmember Charette as no, Councilmember Nickel as yes, Councilmember Richard as yes, and Mulvihill as no.
and the item passes 4-3. Ms. City Manager.
Mayor, if I may, I realize you've already voted, but what Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez is suggesting, those positions would not work in the city manager's office. If you would transfer the budget, in other words, I can't have a chief of staff to the mayor in my office. So what
City
he's
Manager, I think you have direction. We can work all the conceptual ideas out later, but I think
Wait a
we're good to go.
minute. No, that's not right.
Okay,
That's not
Fred,
right. If
Fred.
she's saying it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
she can work. We've empowered her to do those staffing adjustments already, Mr. Charette. We're going to move on to item number
Item 9.
yes, Ms. City Manager, adopt a resolution ratifying proclamation 2020-01 and proclaiming the existence of a local emergency.
Yes, Mayor and Council, can you hear me okay? As
Yes.
I made you aware,
I move approval on this.
Second. I think we've already done it.
I understand that you wanted to add the housing item to this one.
Mr. Charette, if we could, let's let our city manager, this is a very sensitive health and safety subject, so
And I move approval.
I understand that, sir. Just a moment, mute your mic and just relax. The city manager, can you provide a community update on COVID-19, what our efforts are doing? Give us a brief overview, and then let's go into the the item of our resolution tonight, because I think it's important to provide a simple background on what we're doing as an agency to provide for the health and safety of our community.
Sure, I'd be happy to. For the safety of our residents and staff, the city is taking preventive measures to decrease the spread of COVID-19 by temporarily suspending public events, recreational programming, and a use of public service counters. All services at the city's animal shelter are being handled online, by phone, or by appointment to limit the number of individuals at the shelter at any one time. Additionally, the city's senior nutrition program has been transitioned from dine-in to take-out. We are also using appointments to handle plan check. While the city libraries have been temporarily closed, library card holders can access a variety of resources online, including Overdrive books and e-audiobooks at www.sbpl.org. Because COVID-19 matter is ever changing, I urge the public to stay informed on the temporary pragmatic changes we are making by visiting the city's website. We are continually updating it several times a day, and that website is www.sbcity.org/COVID-19. Or they can also call SB Direct. We have all our staff still working there at 909-384-7272. We are also getting this information out on social media. Would you like me to get into the emergency proclamation?
Yeah, please proceed, Ms. City Manager.
Okay. As I made you aware last Friday, I, in my role as the Director of Emergency Services, signed an emergency proclamation in accordance with Chapter 2.46 of the city's municipal code. As such, the proclamation must be ratified by the Mayor and City Council within 7 days per the municipal code. The resolution before you this evening ratifies Proclamation 2020-1. The purpose of the emergency proclamation is to allow me to act in the event of an emergency, such as COVID-19, before the City Council can adopt a resolution declaring the existence of local emergency. The proclamation and subsequent resolution allow me to make important decisions and take action in this ever-changing environment. For example, make rules and regulations on matters reasonably related to the protection of life and property as affected by the emergency conditions, obtain vital supplies and equipment as needed to protect the public health, safety, and well-being, and effectively manage the city's personnel to ensure that the city's essential functions are performed while employees are protected. As I've been keeping you apprised, I've had to make many decisions over the past week by closing public counters to protect employees and still find ways to provide service. As things change and the matter evolves, more decisions must be made. I assure you that I will keep all of you and the public aware.
The City Manager, I want to send my deep appreciation to your team. This has been an alarming and quick response on the behalf of our city. Our city, we want to convey our sentiments to our first responders and especially our senior citizen and the most vulnerable in our community. You have a mayor and city council that are very concerned about the health and safety and welfare of our community, and we will ensure that we will take protective measures, including housing moratoriums. I'm meeting with several water officials and utility officials regarding the service impacts. I can applaud the efforts of our Water Board Commission yesterday for passing an emergency ordinance, empowering our city water department general manager. One of those effects that there will be no service disconnects for this foreseeable outbreak. And we appreciate that our city water board commissioners has passed that so that our utility service disconnects like our water department aren't impacted. The bottom line is the community should know that you have a mayor and a council that really do care about our community. It's a large community and we're doing everything in our powers to make sure that our community remains safe and in whole and intact. I sit on several regional commissions and organizations as well as a couple national, and I am working to get best practices and feed those back to Terry, our city manager, as well as Sonia and Rebecca Kramer. The opportunities are endless for us to unite as one during this health crisis outbreak and unite to protect our citizenry. With that, Ms. City Manager, I also want to refresh that conversation from the letter from our state legislators that this item be included as was voted upon earlier in tonight's meeting. So with that, I'm going to open it up to council members for their discussion. I think we already have a motion in a second, but any final comments?
Yeah, I'd like to make one.
Councilman Charette.
I'll go back to my comment about staffing of the PD and any kind of a plan B or a contingency plan if, heaven forbid, the worst might occur. This is going to be a regional issue. We may be looking for help from the sheriff, from surrounding cities. I just want to know what the PD's contingency plans are for a lack of resources in case officers are down with the virus.
The city manager or our interim chief of police?
For now, our plan is to minimize the exposure from the officers to the public for non-essential type. So we changed our call response for those types of calls that we reported online, mandated response where the public will make those reports online and we will not respond. There are other calls that we've required whether an officer take that report and they will be made over the phone. So we're responding to essential calls for service, and that's kind of the changing and evolving nature of what those are and what we will respond to. And then we provide protective equipment to the officers in the event that they believe that someone is or possibly does have the virus or something similar to it. Also, our dispatchers will go to where they ask voluntarily provide that information so the officers can be aware of that when they respond to the call. So that being said, of course, there's always contingencies in the police department to respond for mutual aid from other agencies if there need be, and those have been in place far before this incident ever came about. So if there was a need to call on other agencies to assist, they are there to do that. Keep in mind that they would also be under the same duress that we are if we had a massive outbreak in the police department. I'm sure that would also spread out across the community to other agencies as well.
I understand that. I'm just wondering, have we actually had conversations with surrounding police chiefs and say the sheriff?
Those are long existing mutual aid agreements. It's not unique just because of COVID-19. Those are pre-existing for decades that we had those mutual aid agreements. So back when December 2nd happened, we had hundreds of police officers respond here. If we called for mutual aid, we would work something out as far as how many officers and whatnot. Those agreements have been in place long before this.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other council members. Miss City Attorney, are there any specific add-ons to the language here? I know that there's been an expression tonight by our public comment speakers to authorize a city manager under the emergency declaration provisions to declare and ratify the governor's executive order on these housing moratoriums. Is there a need for us to include that tonight in the language? What say you, Ms. City Attorney?
Yes, I would recommend that you allow us to add a clause if you're inclined to adopt the moratorium that several of your speakers and your local elected representatives encouraged you to adopt this evening. We believe that by adding this language, you would empower the city manager to issue an executive order in the interim until you can come back with your own urgency moratorium. This will provide the protection from eviction for residential and commercial properties that was requested this evening, along with a host of other protections that were outlined in the governor's most recent executive order. I would simply add the language to your resolution that says the city manager is also authorized to establish a temporary moratorium on the evictions and other protections provided for in the governor's executive order.
Councilman Figueroa.
Thank you. I lost my spot here, and I don't have access to it digitally. But under the proclamation, section 7, it says that it'll be effective immediately and expire on the 8th day. However, on the resolution, section 6, it says that the local emergency will continue to exist until termination proclaimed by the council. What exactly, which one are we following? Is it the 8 days or until it comes back to the council to declare termination?
You
are ratifying the proclamation that I approved last Friday. So by doing so tonight, it's approved. So, right.
Okay, are there any discussion points? Any other council? Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes. Now, what you just, Terry, what you just answered, I think there should be a sunset on this.
Well, since we don't know the length of time this is going to take, we would come back to you after we monitor things and go forward. It's going to be
because
important.
I see no matter how long we place this on for, when there's groups out there that would really want us to continue it ad infinitum.
I'm sorry, I thought you meant the emergency item. You're talking about the housing displacement.
And exactly.
The housing displacement will only operate pursuant to the governor's executive order through May 31st anyway,
Okay.
unless extended by the governor.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion makers are Councilman Charette and Councilmember Ms. City Clerk. Who is the seconder on it? Okay, Ms. Charette, since you're the motion maker, upon the recommendation of the city attorney with those caveats to add those provisos to our city manager, are you okay with that, sir?
Yes.
Very good. And Councilmember Mulvihill, are you consenting on that? Yep. Okay, very good. All right, Councilmember Ibarra. Go ahead. You raised your hand.
I have been actually following the moratoriums that other cities are doing. Will city staff be okay if I forward you some, just to get an idea of these moratoriums on the stopping the evictions, perhaps? I know some cities are making it very clear that the moratoriums will only be for people affected through this pandemic, which would be either they've lost a job, they can't work because their children are at home and they need to take care of them, or they fall ill due to the virus itself. Another city was also mentioning that it doesn't mean that we're completely forgiven their the rent, because the landlord needs to pay for their mortgage as well. So we need to protect also the landlords, at the same time protecting the people who are being affected by what's going on right now nationwide. So some of that verbiage will be helpful.
Well, I'd be happy to accept whatever suggestions you want to pass along as we help the city manager with an executive order. But I will say that we are confined by the parameters of the governor's executive order. I do know that some cities are attempting to go beyond that, but I think the governor's order was pretty clear about how and when the eviction protection would apply.
All right, members, let's go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Nichols, sir.
My understanding is that today there was a federal declaration of a level 1 emergency, and I'm just looking at section 6. Do we assume that that will align with the federal declaration? I mean, is it necessary to have that language of section 6, or can we just say it will continue so long as this level 1 or this federal declaration continues? What would be the advice of our legal counsel and our city manager?
I think that the language you have is actually the language that I would want to have if I were a city council member, because it leaves this open, and yet it gives the power, the city council retains the power to determine when you feel your local emergency it has terminated. That's what this does. So I would hate to have you sort of aligned with someone else and then you lose your local emergency powers when you might still be experiencing some detrimental effects and would want to be able to exercise authority in case of an emergency.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and call the roll on this, please, Ms. City Clerk.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez. Yes. Okay, Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes.
Councilmember Charette.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
Councilmember Richard.
Yes.
And Councilmember Mulvihill. Yes. Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Moving on to our consent calendar, let's go ahead and poll our council members. Councilmember Sanchez, any polls? Councilmember Ibarra?
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa? Councilmember Charette? Councilmember Richard?
Councilmember Nickel has none.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Nickel. I passed you. I'm sorry. Councilmember Mulvihill? None? No? I can't. You're
None.
There you go. Okay. All right, sir. Thank you. All right, man. I think that's a first timer. Somebody motion for it, please.
Move to approve.
All right.
Second.
Okay, one at a time, please. Who made the motion?
I did. Charette.
And Councilman Sanchez was second.
Okay.
All right. If there's no objections to it, the item has passed, and we thank our city clerk for recording that. Moving on to our items to refer to committee. Any council members?
I don't have anything to move but I really would like, to question my colleague, Mr. Nickel. I could have sworn, and I think one of my other colleagues might agree with me, that he voted no on that substitute motion. And I don't know if we need to look at a tape. You voted yes for it, Henry, is that it? Oh, you did support it. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Barr. Sorry.
I would like to get a staff report or from our city staff to show the expenses relating to putting up the street sweeping signs around, especially in the second ward or around the city. I know that I've been waiting a long time to get them installed, and we've never gotten a quote of how much it would cost the city. Maybe we can budget it for the next fiscal year.
Okay. Are there any objections to it? And
If I may, Mayor, it's
yes,
much
Ms.
more than
Manager.
it's much more than putting up street signs. It's enforcement, and we can come back with a program, but it won't be anytime soon. Maybe during budget we can come back and look at that. But you have to understand that it's much more than just putting up signs. You have to be able to enforce.
Correct. I understand. However, it would be helpful if we start putting some signage out there so that when we actually do get the street sweeping, there's no vehicles out in the street. Right now in my area, the street sweeper goes directly through the center of the streets, and it's unacceptable for our city. We're paying a lot of money, and if we just put the signs up, that's a starting point.
I agree with the council member, and I think that the staff should come back with a report on how much it would cost. So then at budget time, we're fully aware of whether we can implement that for the next fiscal year or not.
All right. There's a second by affirmation of Mr. Sanchez. Why don't we go ahead? Is there a time frame on this, or do we just kind of leave it open?
I'm going to ask that you leave it open with all we're dealing with right now. We can't be working on.
I think that's fair. So if the motion maker and Mr. Sanchez, could you please be amenable to the city manager's request?
If I can make a statement here.
Mr. Mulvihill, go ahead, sir.
I think that it's a money maker. No, I don't think that.
Yes.
The expense that there's going to be a big front expense, but I think it's going to be money maker in the long run.
Yes.
And
Okay.
if I may add, if we can hopefully get it before the budget hearings, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Maybe Ms. City Manager bundle it in the CIP presentation as a subsection of the CIP, because that's organically part of Public Works and they can research it for us. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Ibarra. Let's go ahead and adjourn. We appreciate all of our council members.
Direction to do that? Does she have direction now?
I think so. There's no one objecting. Are you objecting, Mr. Sanchez? No. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and adjourn. I want to say thank you very much to our city team. Thank you, Ms. City Manager, Ms. City Attorney. I know that this has been some tough days here. You and I have been working and will continue to work in the community update format on Channel 3. So Ms. City Manager and I will be working to address the community. I'm very grateful for our city manager, and thank you, Terry, for all your hard work, and Rebecca Kramer and all your staff, and Ms. City Attorney, thank you. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as successor agency to the redevelopment agency will be held on Wednesday, April 1st, 2020. Please visit our website, www.sbcity.org, for more information on COVID-19 and what the city is doing. Also, we want to encourage our constituents and residents to please practice good hygiene. These are very difficult times. I was aware that Stater Brothers is making an opportunity for our senior citizens to shop between the hours of 7 and 9 a.m. On most days. And so we want to encourage healthy and safe community habits here in our city of San Bernardino. That is all, and have a good night. Thank you.